We'll get started with our Class 1 Go show here in just a moment. Go ahead and get started with our Class 1 Breeding Doe Goat Show. We'd like to go ahead and introduce our judge for today's festivities on the Goat Show. It's Ricky Thompson. Ricky is originally from Asher, Oklahoma. He graduated from Panhandle State University with a degree in agriculture education. He is currently the teacher at Asher, and he raises show goats with his wife Tiffany and son Riggs. Welcome, Mr. Ricky Thompson.
Definitely a nice way to start our doe show off with. A single entry here in our first class, and one that could stand a lot of competition. A female that you notice when you put her in motion, that one's really cracked open there in her chest floor, leaves you with some width when you go away, and combines that with some style and muscle and shape up high. A nice way we start off our doe show. We'll talk her a notch more when we get her back out in the division drive. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to your exhibitor of your Class 1 Breeding Doe Goat Show. That's Aliciana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 2 Division 1 Breeding Does. We'd like to thank our photography sponsors for this week's show. It's Comanche County Farm Bureau. Thanks to their kind donation, all backdrop and ring photos will be free to all exhibitors. Exhibitors, we encourage you to take backdrop photos, especially if you're going to be in this week's sale on Friday.
A fun class to evaluate in this trio out here. There's some give and take in my top pair in this particular class. I'm landing on the young man's female that I think ties the most positive pieces together for me. She's a doe that's just an notch better in her top line. The way she ties in there at the top of her shoulder, she has an advantage out of her hip. I like that extra stoutness that she offers. She's one that's a notch rounder in her body type. I'll be the first to admit I like that extra length and extension that the doe right behind her offers. A female that gives you some extras in terms of of length and extension up in the front 1/3 of her body, we compare her to the class winner. She's not as good right there in her full rib. She's not as long and level out of her hip, but certainly a nice pair at the top end. Once again, the doe that concludes that class is still one with a lot of quality to her, a doe that's extremely long-bodied. She's one that still offers some shape and handle. It's pretty easy to notice that she doesn't offer the stoutness at the ground. She's not as big and bold in her cage. There's the two that are ahead of her in that class, but I certainly like each of those three from top to bottom. Congratulations once again.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 2 Division I breeding does. First place goes to Cooper Davidson of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Elisiana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA. And third place goes to Katie Austin of Fletcher FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 3 Division I breeding does.
Once again, a fun class to sort out here between these three. Definitely some differences in type and kind up in my top pair. We're going to land on the one that I think ties the most positive things together for me. A doe that's really neat to look at from the side profile. That extra length that she offers there from her last rib back. That one's got a great hip and hind leg in her. A doe that's just opened up enough to go ahead and win this particular class. She wins it when you get her in motion, and when you study there on the side profile, that extra look and balance that she offers from the side profile pushes her to the top over the doe that's directly behind her. I love the stoutness that female offers me coming right behind her. That one's cracked open there in her full rib. She's big and stout and burly at the ground. When you compare her to her class winner, she's one that gets a little coarser about her shoulder, a little coarser about her neck. What really separates in my mind is when you study them out of their hip and hind leg, she gets a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. She's not as long and true there when you study her in motion. And to conclude the class, another female that I love that extra body that she offers offers. Certainly one that's got a productive look to her. You like that about her. She gives up quite a bit in terms of power and stoutness when you get your hands on her. That one needs to be opened up more in her forerib, put more pin placement there and more width when we get directly behind her to compare with the two ahead of her. Certainly a nice class once again. Congratulations to the kids.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 3 Division I breeding does. First place goes to Hunter McElhaney of Elgin 4-H. Second place goes to Trapper McElhaney of Elgin 4-H. And rounding off the class in third place, Aliciana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA. We'll now bring into the ring your Class 4 Division I breeding does. As a reminder to the exhibitors in the Coliseum, please do not leave to the expo building as we will show for sale order after each division and then overall sale order at the end, at the completion of the grand drive.
A pretty nice one to lead the class off with here. You find her and you do it pretty quick, especially when she gets that one propped up and you actually study her and you get over the top side of that one. That one offers some stoutness at the ground. Where I really like her is how she opens up there in her forerib, gives you a deep productive look to the side profile, get her cranked up, and that one bounces up really nice. That one's got a ton of power, and that's where she overpowers the black-headed doe, is when you get over the top of her and you study her out of her forerib, and especially there out of her loin edge. The black-headed one does have some, she has some advantages there about her shoulder and neck. I love how feminine she is and smooth she is about her shoulder. She runs out of steam, especially when you analyze her there from her last rib back in comparison to her class winner. Put that one in motion, and that one is neat to look at, and I really like her propped up. She runs out of power for me in terms of her class winner. We conclude the class with one that's really opened up in her chest floor. I like that about her. A doe that's just not as smooth. She's not as maternal when you study there out of her hip and hind leg. She doesn't drop down in that rear flank and give you a productive look. She's not as neat and attractive up about her head and shoulder, but certainly some quality all the way through this class. Congratulations once again to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 4 Division I breeding does. In first place, Emery Lee of Elgin FFA. In second place, Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H. And in third place, Meredith Hawkins of Geronimo FFA. We now welcome back into the ring your winners of your Class 1 through 4 Division I breeding does. From Class 1, Aliciana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA. From Class 2, Cooper Davidson of Elgin FFA. From Class 3, Hunter McElhaney of Elgin 4-H. And Class 4, Emery Lee of Elgin FFA. They will be showing for your Division I Breeding Doe Champion, brought to you by Stacy Reed.
We bring them all back out here in our Division I champion drive, and we get to compare them against each other and get to compare each of those against Ideal in their particular weight. As we talked about, the single entry of that first class was one that's pretty unique for her stage that she is and her maturity pattern to be in that green, but still offers some shape up high and some width at the ground. It's pretty easy to see that, she's given up quite a bit in terms of mass and power and age and maturity, but certainly like the future of that one, a nice way to start off this particular drive. You move back to Class 2, and here was a doe that, she won her class on a stoutness and power standpoint. I really like the productive look when you get beside that one, the way she drops down in that rear flank and just gets deeper as you go back and wider as you go back. Maybe we compare her to Ideal, one that gets a little straighter about her knee. She gets a little more upright in her front end, pushes that knee forward, and even is a little stouter and quicker if we want to compare her to Ideal, but certainly some quality here in Class 2. Moving into that third class, and here's one that's quite a bit opposite of that in her type and kind. This one's big outline. She's long in her cannon. I really like that extra length and that she offers us. One that's tremendously good up in the front 1/3 of her body, how smooth she is about her shoulder, how her neck sets up on top of her shoulder. We want to compare her to Ideal. I'd like to drop her down in her rear flank. I'd like to pull her apart in her rib cage as well, and even stouten her up at the ground. But if you want to talk about one that's neat looking, jet level, long bodied and smooth and elegant about her shoulder, you got to run that one to the top of that class. And then in Class 4, you got a female that, we talked about if you want them to silhouette and look good from a side profile and balance up and look extremely good, she checks that box. And you want one that offers some power at the ground, opened up out of her chest, has a big cage in her. She checks those boxes as well. It's pretty easy to find her in this particular drive. For me, that heavyweight of this division is going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division I breeding doe champion, Emery Lee of Elgin FFA. We now welcome back into the ring to show for reserve champion Division I breeding does from Class 4, Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H.
As we bring the second place doe back out of that last class, I think it gets really close between a pair of them out here in my mind. And that would be Class 3 and 4, and subtle differences, especially when you study their body type, and that's where I really separate that pair. As we talked about that doe coming out of the third class, man, that one's really neat about her shoulder and neck. When you step back and you study her, I want her to this one. I want her to drop down in that rear flank, give her more of a productive look, and just make that flank swoop down and that rear flank attach a notch better. The black-headed doe comes out, and she doesn't give up anything in terms of look and style and balance of the front 1/3 of her body. I think of our top three that we're going to talk about, she's the one that probably handles with the least amount of shape up high, but she sure checks the boxes in terms of look and stoutness and still has that extra width. She's the one that follows my champion, a resembling a female that's still neat and attractive, really deep-bodied, gives you a productive look. I think she's the second highest quality one back out of that same class. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Reserve Champion Division I Breeding Doe, sponsored by IGO Applications, Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H. We now need back into the ring from Class 4, Meredith Hawkins, to show for sale order. We now need into the ring Trapper McElhaney from Class 3. Exhibitors, for sale order, make sure you have your pink cards ready. Again, for sale order, make sure you have your pink cards ready. Now needed in the ring with your Class 3 doe, Aliciana Chavez. Now needed in the ring with your Class 2 doe, Aliciana Chavez. Now needed in the ring with your Class 2 doe, Katie Austin. That'll complete your Class 1. That'll complete your Class 4. That'll complete your Class 3 and the sale order for your Breeding Doe Division 1 sale order. We'll now get ready to welcome into the ring your Class 5 Division 2 Breeding Does.
The logical place to start in this particular class is the white-eared doe here to lead off with, and certainly one that offers a lot of good when you put her in motion. That one is very loose in her structure, moves extremely well, still stout enough at the ground. I like that extra body that she offers. You know, she's not as unique and intriguing there in her chest floor and about her shoulder as that female following her, but she's certainly the place that we lead off with in terms of one that's being practical on her feet and legs and still got some body and width and power to lead off with. The doe that's going to follow her, that one's really intriguing. The way her neck sits up on top of her shoulder, she's smooth about her shoulder. She still blends in and drops down and gives you a neat look from the side there. There's quite a bit of difference in terms of stoutness of feature. That doe's one that's not as big and stout out of her hip. She's not as wide in her pin placement as the doe that we lead off with, but certainly one that's got some balance and style, got a unique look up in the front 1/3 of her body. A stout, rugged one coming in third. I really like the stoutness that she offers out about her forearm, maintains some shape up high as you compare her to the top three. She's one that shows quite a bit more coarseness about her shoulder and neck. She's not quite as refined up through the front 1/3 of her body as you study her out of her chest floor. We'd like to change her in that regard to push her on up in the top three there. And we conclude the class with one that's fed very well from the young lady. I like the extra body, the soft look that she offers is from the side. She's one that doesn't have the extra feature. She doesn't have that shape working up high, especially when we study there from her last rib back. Certainly, once again, a nice class. Congratulations to all 4 of our kids.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 5 Division II breeding does. In first place goes to Cooper Davidson of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Ava Rojas of Elgin FFA. In third, Katie Austin of Fletcher FFA. And rounding off the class in fourth place, Cheyenne Austin of Fletcher FFA. We'll now bring into the ring your Class 6 Division II does. Just a reminder to our exhibitors, after the weather show, we will have our showmanship for your divisions of Pee Wee, ages 8 and under, and you must not have shown in the regular show. Your junior divisions will be grades 3rd through 6th. Your intermediate will be grades 7th through 9th, and your senior division will be grades 10th through 12th. Again, that is at the completion of the Weather Goat Show.
The doe that we're going to lead off with, this is definitely one that separates herself when you get over the top of her. That one is big and massive down through her top. She's big on the edges of her loin there. Or she really has an advantage is when you get in behind her. That doe just offers more product. She has more depth of twist there. One that's a little wider out of her pin placement as well. I like the stoutness that she offers over the doe that's going to conclude her in class. I'll be the first to admit the blonde-headed doe here is one that is a notch better there out of her chest floor. She's better about her shoulder. That doe just needs to have more power and product when I get in behind her, compete with our class winner. Certainly a nice pair once again. Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 6 Division II breeding does. In first place goes to Meredith Hawkins of Geronimo FFA. And in second goes to Ava Rojas of Elgin FFA. We now welcome to the ring your Class 7 Division II breeding does.
Single entry here in our next class, and one that could stand some competition. When you study her, the first thing you notice is the depth that she offers, the productivity that she offers, that feminine look that she offers as well. Maybe a doe that will change a little bit, and we'll discuss her a notch more when we bring her out in the division drive, but certainly like the quality in terms of width that she offers at the ground, and still one that's fresh there in the center portion of her body. Congratulations on your single entry.
Congratulations to your exhibitor of Class 7 Division II does, Katie Austin of Fletcher, FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 8 Division II does.
Another doe comes out as a single entry, and one that, has definitely got some quality to her as well. We really like her there in the center portion of her body as well. Performed very well. You like the productive look that she offers. We'll compare her to Notch, and when we compare to Ideal and we bring her back out in that division drive, congratulations on your single entry.
Congratulations to your exhibitor of your Division II breeding doe of Class 8, Cheyenne Austin of Fletcher, FFA. We now welcome back into the ring your winners from Class 5 through Class 8 Division II breeding does. From Class 5, Cooper Davidson of Elgin, FFA. From Class 6, Meredith Hawkins of Geronimo, FFA. From Class 7, Katie Austin of Fletcher, FFA. And from Class 8, Cheyenne Austin of Fletcher, FFA. They'll be showing for your champion Division II breeding doe, sponsored by Hillary. At the completion of this division drive, exhibitors, please have your pink cards ready for your sale order. Again, exhibitors, have your pink cards ready for your sale order.
We come out in our champion drive, and we start off with our first class of that division. And a female, as we talked to her in class, where that one gets good is when you get her in motion. That one is built that you can do about anything you want to. When you bring her back to a buck, when they're built like that from the ground up and so functional on their feet and legs, it allows you to do a lot of things. And, that doe is really correct in that area. I really like the extra productive look that she offers and maintains some shape up high as well. Want to compare her to Ideal? Sure, I'd like to change a couple of things about her. In terms of her chest floor, she's not as unique and radical there in her chest floor. Even change her ears and change her head and her mouth ever so slightly, but certainly one that's really good. When you put her in motion, she's still practical and functional there in the center portion of her body. The big stout powerhouse coming behind her. You don't need them any more opened up there in her chest floor. That one is opened up. That one is big and burly there in her rack. And you really like the shape and power that she offers. When you compare her to Ideal and change her ever so slightly, that one gets a little more upright and forward in her knee there. And that one just gets a little shorter and coarser about her shoulder. She's not as attractive and smooth and doesn't blend quite as together as though ahead of her, but I certainly like the power that she offers at the ground and the power that she leaves you with. The doe coming in the next class, big outline kind of a doe, rugged made kind of a female. You like that about her. She's one that doesn't have the quality when we talk about, in terms of shape and mass when we get in behind her. She's not as neat and attractive in her chest floor as we would deem ideal, but certainly one that's performed well. She still offers some body to her, still maintains some shape up high. I'd like to see her not stouter featured in relation to her size and maturity, but certainly like a lot of things about her. We conclude the class, or conclude the division with a female that's got a lot of good to her. As we talked, kind of a meat and potatoes kind of doe. One that she doesn't blow you away in any regard, but still kind of complete made. One that you study her, she offers some chest up there, some width of chest up there. She offers some stoutness, and still one that maintains some body and look when you get in behind her and to the side of her. We compare her to a couple others. Yeah, she shows more maturity about her neck and shows more maturity there in her shoulder. Just like to give her a notch more, just quality in terms of the front 1/3 of her body as we compare her out here and compare her to Ideal. With that being said, there's one that hit me pretty hard, and especially when you get them in motion and being built right from the ground up and still offer some shape up high. That'd be the doe out of the first class. She'll be our champion.
Congratulations to your Vision 2 Breeding Doe Champion, sponsored by Hillary Cooper Davidson of Elgin FFA. We now welcome back into the ring from Class 5, Ava Rojas, to show for Reserve Champion Division 2 Doe, sponsored by Apache Co-op.
As we bring the second place back out of that class out here, as I talked before, that one's pretty intriguing there in the front 1/3 of her body. I love the way her neck sets up on top of her head. She's smooth about her shoulder, maybe not as stout featured and as big and rugged right there in her upper forerib, not as big and wide there out of her pin placement as well. With the one we're going to go ahead and use for reserve, I know that our champion in reserves might not look a whole lot like out here, and that's fine with me. There's not enough numbers for me to sit there and cut a mold and go with them. I'm going to go with the highest quality ones that I see throughout the show, and the second highest quality one of this division is coming out of that second class of this division.
Congratulations to your Reserve Champion 2 Division, or Second Division Doe, Meredith Hawkins of Geronimo FFA. Now needed back into the ring from Class 6, Class 6, Ava Rojas with your Doe. That'll complete your Class 6. Now needed in the ring from Class 5, Katie Austin with your Division 2 Doe. That'll complete your Class 8. Now needed in the ring from Class 5, Cheyenne Austin with your Division II doe. That'll complete your Class 5 and your overall sale order for your Division II does. We will show for overall sale order at the completion of the drive coming up next. Now entering the ring is your Division I champion, Emery Lee of Elgin FFA. And behind her will be your Division II breeding doe champion, Cooper Davidson of Elgin FFA. They will be showing for overall grand champion doe, brought to you by Latonka Chiropractic and Vet Hospital.
At this time, I want to thank you guys for inviting me down and coming in and working with your kids and sorting your stock. A lot of numbers here in our female show, but certainly some quality, especially up here at the top end. Well, that being said, there's one of them that pretty much hit me from about 3 steps into the ring, and then when I kind of break it down, is that one as stout as I need it? Yes. And when I get over the top of it, is that one got the shape that we offer? She certainly checks those boxes as well. It's pretty easy to see for me in terms of quality from the front end all the way from the tip of her nose down through her head and out through her hip, that she's the one that suits me for being my type and my kind in terms of still looking exotic and neat and offering all of that power and stoutness at the ground. Division One's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Supreme Breeding Doe, brought to you by Latonka Chiropractic and Vet Hospital, Emery Lee of Elgin, FFA. Now in the running is Ellison Lee, your reserve Division I champion from Elgin 4-H.
You know, when we bring the second place back out of that division, our quality doesn't fall off. There's some things about this black Cape shoulder doe that are even more intriguing than even our champion. That one is so unique there about her shoulder and neck, so neat looking to be that slick and smooth up there and exotic up through her shoulder and front end, and still offer that kind of thickness and depth of body and width when we get in behind her. Maybe not as cracked open, shapely up high, but she's still the second highest quality one for me here today. Same division will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your reserve Supreme Breeding Doe, brought to you by Shane Burke Services, is Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H. To show for overall sale order from your Division I, Huntley McElhaney. Correction, that'll be completing your sale order. We will be starting off with the Weather Goat Show here momentarily. We'll now get started with your Class 1, Division 1 Weather Goats.
As we switch gears here in the weather show, we're going to lead off with the weather. He offers us the most width at the ground, the most natural stoutness and width up high. He's one that maybe we'd like to change him right behind his shoulder in relation to that weather that follows him, but he's still the one that offers the most power and product when I get on the top side of him. He's the one that offers that extra width at the ground. I like the length and levelness of the weather that's going to follow him in class, and still one that offers some shape up high. He's one that just gets a little flatter in his rib cage. He's not as opened up in his chest forward as the weather we lead off with. Maybe just push that one more on feed and get more flesh on him to go ahead and bulk him up a notch more. The weather that concludes this particular class is still one that's performed very well. He's really good on his feet and legs. He's really square to the ground. That weather's just short of muscle. He needs more shape up high. He needs to be thicker and more power when I get right in behind him. A nice class once again. Congratulations to all three of our exhibitors.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 1 Division 1 Weather Goats. First place goes to Isaac New of Sterling 4-H. Second place goes to Jaylee Kilgore of Fletcher FFA. And third place goes to Elisiana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 2 Division 1 Weather Goats.
the logical place to start is the young man's weather. When you get your hands on him, he separates himself in this particular class in terms of shape up high, boldness there in his forerib. And he offers more product when we get behind him as well. A nice fresh one to lead off of this class. So a lot of good things about the weather that follows him. That one's neat looking, and when he's propped up, I love how smooth he is about his shoulder. And that one's still shaped right in the way he's built. He's still round in his rib cage. He's still really good on his feet and legs. He's a weather that just needs to be fleshened up. I need more of him to compete with that class winner. I need more product and power to go on top of that structure to move him up and compete with our class winner. The black and white one is going to be third here. Here's another one that, he's neat looking. He's made right in his feet and legs. He's just one that just needs to be opened up more. He needs to be stoutened up and squared up in his muscle pattern to move one up in the class. And we conclude that class with the white weather. Still one that's got some quality to him. Skin and hair is really good on this guy. You like the appearance that he's got. He's one that offers some stoutness at the ground. That one just runs out of steam from the last rib back. That one needs to be bigger and bolder there on his loin edge. He needs more product and power when I get directly behind him as well. A nice class from top to bottom. Congratulations to all four.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of Class 2 Weather Goats. First place goes to Easton Lee of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Elisiana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA. Third place goes to Jacob New. Jacob New of Sterling FFA. And in fourth place goes to Jacob New of Sterling FFA. We'll now welcome back your winners of your division, or of your Class 1 and Class 2 Division 1 weathers. From Class 1, Isaac New of Sterling 4-H, and from Class 2, Easton Lee of Elgin FFA. They'll be showing for your Division 1 champion goat, sponsored by Venable Show Goats.
When we bring our class winners back out of 1 and 2, there's some differences in type and kind, but still some quality as well. As I talked that first class, that he was one that won that particular class. He had the extra width at the ground, one that was appropriate there in his overall feel, and one that still maintained some shape up high. Compare him to Ideal. I'd like to change him there in his top line and smoothen him out and just power that one up all the way through. And then the jump into that second class here's the one I'd sure like to see him get out and go a notch more, but when the young man gets that one propped up and you get your hands on him, it's kind of a no-doubter here in this particular division. He's the one that offers me that big spread up high with some shape all the way out. He's going to be our division champion. Congratulations out of Class 2.
Congratulations to your champion Division 1 Weather Goat, shown by Easton Lee of Elgin FFA. We now welcome back into the ring from Class 2, Elisiana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA.
As we bring the second place back out of Class 2 here was one that when the young lady gets that one propped up, you like that one a notch more. As I talked to you before, that one's really neat and smooth about his shoulder, and I think structurally he's made right. That one's still round in his body type, not as fleshy, not as much power as our champion, but he's the second highest quality one in the terms of the way he's built. She's going to be reserved out of Class 2. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your reserve champion of your Division 1 Weather Goats, sponsored by Kids Under Construction Daycare, Elisiana Chavez of Chattanooga FFA. We welcome back into the ring to show for sale order from Class 2, Isaac New of Sterling 4-H. Now in the running for sale order, Jaylee Kilgore of Fletcher FFA. Next in the running is Jacob New of Sterling FFA. That'll complete your Class 2. And that'll complete your sale order for your Division 1 wethers. We'd like to welcome into the ring your Class 3 Division 2 wethers. Doe exhibitors, at the completion of the weather goat sale order, we will come back into the ring and do an overall sale order for the does. Again, doe exhibitors, you will report back to the ring with your does to show for overall sale order after the completion of the weather goat sale order.
I definitely think the closest sort that we've had throughout the show, between Weathers and Does, this is the toughest sort that I've had in this particular drive. And that sort for me is not on the top end of this particular class. When you land on this guy and you make your mind up that he's got enough to him, you've got to push that one to the top. The feature that he offers you at the ground, the neat, attractive look that he offers, he's one that is so smooth. And where he excels in my mind is when you study him from his last rib back. That one's got a big square hip in him. He's extremely wide in his pin placement, stout featured, neat looking, runs uphill. That's the logical place for me to start in this particular class. My sort come here in second and third, and there's some give and take between the pair of them today. Young lady running in the second hole today is the one that's the most ready for me. When I get my hands on that one is shapely down his top. I love the shape that he offers on up through his rack and out through the edges of his loin. Maybe not as intriguing about his feature and a few things as compared to that Weather behind him. I just deem him the closest to ready. I love the handle that he offers. That pushes him up to that second slot. The Weather that's coming in third in this particular class, love a lot of things about that one. That one is tall-shouldered. He's smooth about his shoulder. He's still opened up. I love the balance and the style of that particular Weather. For me, he's not far enough along today in this particular class. That one gets too green for me out here. He's not as shapely and fresh down through his top, especially when we run into him, when we handle him there on his loin edge. He doesn't offer as much power and product when he'll get behind him as the two directly in front of him, but that one's build's extremely good. I could see that one really getting competitive in the next 30 days if he will go ahead and crank it up and go ahead and give me more product and power. We complete the class with one that's done really well. There's still some quality in this particular Weather, one that offers some shape. He's taken very good care of this one. The hide and hair is very smooth. That one's not as square in his muscle pattern from the top of his shoulder out through his hip. Doesn't offer that extra stoutness at the ground. A nice set of Weathers from top to bottom in this class. Congratulations to the kids.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 3 Division II Weather Goats. In first place goes to Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H. Second place goes to Josie Chandler of Elgin FFA. Third place goes to Bella Burns of Elgin FFA. And rounding off the class, taking fourth, Jacob New of Sterling FFA. Now in the ring is your Class 4 Division II Weathers. Just a reminder to all exhibitors, the Terry Hardzog Memorial Round Robin Showmanship will take place on Friday starting at 9 a.m. During the registration process starting at 8 a.m., Comanche County Farm Bureau's Young Farmers and Ranchers will be hosting a pancake breakfast by donation only. 100% of the proceeds will go back into the Terry Hardzog Memorial Scholarship Fund. Everyone is invited again to a donation-only pancake breakfast during the registration of the Round Robin Showmanship on Friday.
a pretty logical place to start this class off for me. The one that offers that extra width at the ground and one that's really stout at the ground as well and still maintains some shape up high. Does it in a neat enough package to go ahead and win this particular class. I like the extra freshness that one offers. Really intriguing one's going to follow him in this particular class. That one's super cool to look at. The way his neck sets up on top of his shoulder, so smooth about his shoulder. He's not as fresh in his rack out through the edges of his loin. He's not as stout featured as the Weather that we lead off with, but certainly like the shape that he still offers the look and the balance. And that's where he excels over the Weather that's directly behind him. He's just better looking. He's neater in his build about his shoulder and his hip and his hind leg. The Weather coming in next there in third is one we talked about. He's still one that's performed well. Skin and hair is extremely good on this one. You like that about him. He's one that just doesn't as big and stout in his feature. He's not as opened up at the ground, but he still maintains some shape up high, still leaves you with some product, and that's where he excels. The Weather we conclude the class with is when I get directly behind him. He offers me more product and power than that Weather we conclude the class with. I like the extra stoutness of that guy. He's just got to be squared up in his muscle pattern. He's got to be wider there in his pin placement as we as we watch him go away to move on up in this class. A nice class once again from top to bottom.
Congratulations to your winners of your Class 4 Division II Weather Goats. First place goes to Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Aubrey Chandler of Elgin 4-H. Third place goes to Krista Creel of Cash 4-H. And rounding off the class, taking fourth, Jace Creel of Cash FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 5 Division II Weather.
A nice Weather to conclude our classes out here, and one that's a single entry, one that definitely could stand a notch of competition out here. We'll talk him a notch more when we bring him back in the division drive, but certainly one that's functional and practical. He's opened up. He's got some width at the ground, maintains some shape up high. Like I said, we'll discuss him a notch more when we bring him back out in the champion drive. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to your winner of your Class 5 Division II Weathers. That goes to Josie Chandler of Elgin FFA. We now welcome back into the ring your winners from your Class 3 through Class 5 Division II Weathers to show for Division II Weather Goat Champion. From Class 3, Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H. From Class 4, Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. And from Class 5, Josie Chandler of Elgin FFA.
It's really close out here, and especially between a couple of them. It's been fun to sort this division of weathers, and we lead off in the first class of this division with one that, excuse me, it's just pretty wild looking in terms of the way he's built to be that cracked open and that wide at the ground and still functional on his feet and legs and maintain some shape up high. I really like a lot of things about that guy. When I get my hands on him, he's got enough muscle for me. I think that one's got an extremely good hip and hind leg as well. He's a notch better, and especially when you get him in motion. You study him about his chest floor and you study him about his shoulder and neck. I think he's more unique in his build. It's just higher quality than the other two when you talk about him in the front 1/3 of his body. And then you move on to that second class, and here's one that is just packed full of muscle. That one, when you get your hands on that guy, that muscle's extremely deep down his top and out on the edges of his loin. That when you get him behind him, that one's got a ton of product. That one's really deep there in his twist. He's really wide there in his pin placement. Not to mention he's extremely stout featured as well. As I talked to him before, as we compare him to the class 1, that one's not as intriguing there in his chest floor. That one gets a little rounder out of his shoulder, a little coarser out of his neck. He's not as intriguing, not as high quality in my mind when you study him there in the front 1/3 of his body. But that one is packed full of muscle down through his back and out through his loin edge. And we conclude the drive with one that's still got a lot of quality to him as well. He's built well. We talked to him before. That one's still wide constructed. That one still offers some shape up high. Not as wild in terms of his ESTs as the two directly in front of him. Not as stout featured, not as cracked open, but certainly some quality in that one as well. So I guess it gets down to it when you want to make your mind up. Do you just want to go straight and close your eyes and handle one, or do you want to tie into one that just offers the extra ESTs in terms of look and balance and style and maintaining enough? For me, I like that extra look and wow factor of that one out of the first class. He's going to be my division champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division II champion weather goat, Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H. We now welcome back into the ring from Class 3, Josie Chandler of Elgin FFA to show for your reserve champion Division II weather, brought to you by McCracken Hay.
As we bring the second place back out of the first class out here, as I talked that one before, maybe not as intriguing, especially when you get him behind him. What really separated that pair is when I study this one out of his hip, he's not as wide in his pin placement, but that one handles big and has a ton of shape up high. There's the other one that suits me the best, and I told you guys before, it's hard for me to make them look exactly alike out here with lower numbers. I think I'm just going to line them up on what I deem the highest quality one, and the second highest quality one is that great big backed one out of the second class of this division.
Congratulations to your reserve champion Division II weather, sponsored by McCracken Hay, Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. Now needed in the ring from Class 3, Bella Burns. That'll complete your Class 5. Now needed in the ring with your Class 3 weather, Jacob New. Now needed in the ring with your Class 4 weather, Krista Creel. Now needed in the ring with your Class 4 weather, Jace Creel. That'll complete your division order for Division 2. We now bring into the ring your winner from your Division 1, Easton Lee from Elgin FFA, and your winner from Division 2, Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H, to show for your overall grand champion weather, brought to you by Ag Defense Risk Management.
Once again, a lot of numbers out here in our weather show, but certainly some quality up here on the top end. There's 3 or 4 of these weathers I think are extremely good, and we'll come out and select you a champion and reserve out of this group as we talk about the Division 1 winner. Here was one that won that division in terms of shape and mass down his top of that particular division. He just simply overpowered everything in terms of muscle shape and rack shape. When we compare him to Ideal, maybe compare him to the one that's directly behind him in that next division, maybe not as unique out of his hip, gets a little bit shorter out of his hip, not as opened up there in his forearm, but certainly one that's still got some width there in his chest floor. He's still fresh and he maintains some shape up high. Well, that being said, there's a pair of them out here that are built extremely good. There's some subtle differences between that pair, but when we come in and we talk about the young lady's heavyweight weather out here, when that one hit me in the ring and I saw him get his head up and go and seen how intriguing he was to be that neat looking and still that stout at the ground and opened up underneath, my mind was, please have enough shape up high to go ahead and use you, because that's what I like them built like. And when I get my hands on that guy, he certainly doesn't disappoint me. That one's neat, cracked open, good looking, big legged. That one's my champion. Let's bring him on out. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to your overall grand champion weather, Ellison Lee of Elgin 4-H. Now stepping up into the running to show for your reserve grand champion weather, brought to you by Farm Credit of Western Oklahoma, Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA.
We bring the reserve back out of that heavier division, and I talked that pair out there in the division drive pretty hard, and that's the subtle differences I see. I think this weather is one that if you just handle him, he's the one that I like to the touch down through his top. That one's muscles extremely deep down his rack and out on the edges of his loin. I don't think he's intriguing out of his hip. He's not as long and level out of his hip, maybe not as intriguing out of his shoulder there, and chest floor is our champion. But you want to talk about a stout one that's big made and ready to win, he's the second highest quality one for me coming back out of that heavy division.
Congratulations to your reserve grand champion weather, Taylor Glover of Elgin FFA. Now stepping up for sale order is Josie Chandler of Elgin FFA. Now stepping up from Division I, Elisiana Chavez. Now stepping up is Josie Chandler of Elgin FFA. Now stepping up from Division II, Isabella Burns. Now stepping up from Division II, Aubrey Chandler. Now needed in the ring from Division II, Krista Creel. Now needed in the ring from Division II, Jace Creel. Now stepping up from Division I, Isaac New. Now stepping up from Division I, Isaac New. Now stepping up from Division I, Jacob New. Now stepping up from Division II, Jacob New. Now stepping up from Division I, Jaylee Kilgore. That'll complete your Division II and your sale order for your weather goats. Doe exhibitors, please get lined up for overall sale order. Doe exhibitors, please get lined up for overall sale order. Now stepping up, Trapper McElhaney of Division I. Stepping up from Division II, Meredith Hawkins. Stepping up from Division I, Elisiana Chavez. Correction, stepping up, Cooper Davidson of Division 1. Stepping up from Division 1, Elisiana Chavez. Stepping up from Division 2, Ava Rojas. Stepping up from Division 2, Ava Rojas. Stepping up from Division 1, Elisiana Chavez. Stepping up from Division 2, Cheyenne Austin. Stepping up from Division 2, Katie Austin. Stepping up from Division 1, Meredith Hawkins. Correction, stepping up from Division 1, Elisiana Chavez. Stepping up from Division 2, Cheyenne Austin. Stepping in for Division 2, Katie Austin. Stepping in from Division 1, Meredith Hawkins. Stepping in for Division 1, Katie Austin. That'll complete your sale order for your doe goats. Thank you, doe exhibitors, for your patience. We'll go ahead and get lined up for our showmanship. We will do Pee-wee divisions, ages 8 and below. Ages, again, 8 and below, and you must not have shown in the regular show. Your junior division will be grades 3rd through 6th. Intermediates will be 7th through 9th. And senior division will be 10th through 12th. Now entering the ring is your Pee Wee Showmanship, sponsored by Lawton Septic. This is your last call for Pee Wee Showmanship, ages 8 and below. Pee Wee Showmanship needs to make their way to the ring, ages 8 and below.
Here in our Pee Wee division, awesome young man comes out here. Give him a round of applause. It's good to see these young ones come out.
Congratulations to your champion, Pee Wee Showman, Stetson Hollis. Stetson will be receiving a buckle at the Friday Premium Sale Luncheon. Congratulations, Stetson. Up next is your junior division, grades 3rd through 6th.
As we come out here and we select a champion of this junior division, 3 kids come out here, and you can tell they've spent some time with their animals. And, a few of them come out here, and they just have an intense, mindset out here that, when they come out here, they mean business and have throughout the show. We've got to watch them throughout the show, and then we get to watch them perform out here in the championship line. It's close between a pair of them out here for me in terms of the way they get the animals set. One of them just does it in a notch more smooth manner. They always have that thing looking good. The way that this individual addresses the goat's head with that chain, with that pole up and nose down, gives you an extremely good look. I think it gets really close between a pair of them. Young lady in the middle is going to be champion. Young man over here to the left to be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion, junior showmanship winner, Huntley McElhaney. Your reserve will be Trapper McElhaney. We now welcome into the ring your intermediate showmanship division, grades 7th through 9th.
Outstanding group out here. There's some subtle differences in, our headgear that they come in with, and intensity level on some of these exhibitors. The one we're going to use comes out here, and I wish this individual would give me just a little bit more fire at times, and giving me a little bit more of an intense look. But when you step back and you break them down, and you pull them out here, and you bring them and you have them set them up individually, and you just study the things that they're doing, everything this individual does is correct, and the amount of pressure they put on that chain. And it's pretty easy to notice that doe is always comfortable and relaxed when she gets this one set up. That pole's up in the air and the nose is down. She gets every bit of the feminine look that we can out of the front 1/3 of this one. Does an outstanding job, and that'll be the young lady right here to my front will be the champion. Young lady right behind will be reserve.
Congratulations to your champion junior showmanship winner, Ava Rojas. Your alternate will be Aliciana Chavez. Correction, that was your intermediate champion, not junior champion. So we now welcome into the ring your senior showmanship division, grades 10th through 12th. At the completion of the showmanship, we will take a 15 to 20-minute break.
What a set of, you guys should be really proud of this group. Probably the hardest I've had to work throughout your goat show is coming out and sorting these kiddos on showmanship. And I told the kids what I saw. We're not going to critique them out here because all of them do an outstanding job. And several of these, I'd love for them to show a goat for me when we move one up, if we had a 2 in a class or something like that, because they get it all out of them. And I really like that about them. I told the kids what I saw, and I separated a couple of them out here, and I told them you're really close. And I think there's just one out here that just never gives me a bad look. I haven't had a bad look from the time I handled them. The head's been straight at all times. This one looks extremely good on the side profile. Chest is pulled up on this one, and that's done with the chain too. The way that you address them with the chain gets that front end tucked up. And then there's another one out here that it gets really close. That one has been stuck for a long time, and I haven't seen that one move. That one just gets an outstanding, this young lady does an outstanding job of getting that weather drove. When you get your hands on him, that one's firm to the touch. I think it gets really close between the two right in front of me. I think one of them just does a notch better job the way they address the head. Young lady with the doe is going to be our champion. Young lady with the weather is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to your senior showmanship champion, Emery Lee. Your reserve goes to Taylor Glover. You will receive your belt buckles at the premium sale luncheon on Friday. That'll complete your goat show. We will start back up with our lamb show here in about 15 to 20 minutes. Starting off with our Class 1 Dorset breeding ewes.
Well, good afternoon. Good to be across the river up here and judge your local or your county stock show in Lawton. And I think we've got a nice way here to start our day with the young ladies. A big Dorset female, I think, a sheep that's got an awful lot of product, some power and some shape to her. I think an attractive, balanced female here too. We'll talk about her a little more here as we get into maybe a division champion drive or something. But I really like this kind of ewe here in a single entry class. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Dorset ewe. That goes to Allie Runyon of Indiahoma FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 6 South Down breeding ewes.
I think a really nice class of Southdown females here, and there's some sort, but at the same time, I think maybe 4 sheep that bring us some different advantages or ESTs here to the class, and you could go back and forth on the top pair if you want. I think from the sideline there, I think it's close, and then but when you go in for close inspection, I think the one that sorts for me is just a better heighted, maybe better in her body condition. I think for me, she's just truer. I wish she was maybe just pulled apart a little bit more there at the ground through her chest floor, and when she leaves me there at her base, I just wish she was opened up a nickel more there. But that's just a sporty looking one that's attractive on the side. She's high quality, she's good pattern, good built, good head on her there as well. The UN second rivals that one just because she has those advantages at the ground in terms of base width, and she gets presented so well there. She's dead level down her top line. She's got some sweep to her mid-rib and flank. For me, she's just a little bit chubby there in terms of her cover, and I think that adds to her smoothness. I just asked myself, what's that one look like with a little less fat on her and a little trimmer there, and I don't know if she's maybe just as athletic in her build and her look there as maybe the one that we lead with. A good pair of them on top. You can go back and forth on there, and I wouldn't argue with you a whole lot. The one that comes to us in threes, good built, good bodied one, a really upstanding, feminine-headed one, kind of a sheep, maybe just runs out of gas. I think right through her pin bones there and down through her lower stifle and leg when we get right under that one. And then we round out the 4 here again with maybe one of the bigger built sheep in class in terms of frame and size there, but maybe one that just doesn't handle with as much shape and just raw dimension and power there down her loin and over her top there as the sheep right above her. Good class. Congratulations to those young people. Nice job.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Southdown U, Shelby Wiesner of Cash 4-H. That is brought to you by IGO Applications, and your reserve breed champion, Southdown, brought to you by Elgin Propane, goes to Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. Third place goes to Caitlin Mole of Cash FFA, and rounding off the class, taking fourth, is Bristol Monroe of Indiahoma FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 7 Suffolk Breeding Ewes.
Just a single entry Suffolk here, and we bring her in here and prop her up. Gotta like her just terminal value she's got. I think that one is really terminal in terms of her shape and her power and muscle there. Very expressive when we get right behind that one. Good made kind of one there too on the side view. Maybe we could get critical on that one and just drop her in her flank a fraction more and maybe just relax her in her front knee and blade there a little bit. But I think from on there on back, she's got an awful lot of good and a lot of value to her. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Suffolk Breeding U. That goes to Bristol Monroe of Indiahoma FFA. We'll now get ready to bring into the ring your Class 8 Commercial Ewes. Correction will go into selecting your AOB breeding ewes. Representing the Dorset breed, Allie Runyon of Indiahoma FFA. Coming in with your breed champion, Southdown, Shelby Wiesner of Cash 4-H. And with your Suffolk breeding ewe, Bristol Monroe of Indiahoma FFA.
We run these purebreds back out here for an overall AOB here, and I think 3 really nice females that come out of those breeds there. Not a lot of numbers in those purebred sheep, but the Dorset, Southdown, and Suffolk all I think have some look to them. They have some quality and some balance. So there's some differences I think in terms of muscle and kind of where they're at in terms of just sheer body width and rib cage there. I think the Dorset sheep, we talked that one really being attractive and balanced and good looking there. We get her out here and maybe you could argue for one that size, she needs to be just opened up just a nickel more there through her upper hip and her pin set there from behind. The Southdown sheep, we talked about that one, just cracking her open a little bit more at her base, but awfully good looking and real attractive and balanced there. And I think a sheep that looks good in terms of motion when we set that one and travel her out. Then the Suffolk is kind of the terminal sheep or the outlier, the one that's a little different here, just so much muscle and power and shape there. A little harder in her rib cage, maybe a little harder in her design and look there. Maybe we'd like to just fix her there in terms of her body. So there's some give and take out here. I think the one that I like the best just in terms of how she represents her breed and at the same time comparing her to her contemporaries out here is going to come out of your Southdown division there for your champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your champion, AOBU. That goes to Shelby Wiesner of Cash 4-H. We now welcome back into the ring from your Southdown division, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA.
And we bring the second Southdown in, a really well presented one that's dead level down her top there, a little higher in terms of her condition. We talked out there in class. I think the one that follows me the best in terms of that breed and being one out here that still looks the part in the group is going to be the Dorset here for your reserve champion.
Congratulations to your reserve breed AOBU, Allie Runyon of Indiahoma FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 8 commercial breeding ewes. We'd like to go ahead and thank our sheep judge for today. It's Josh Coons. Josh and his wife, Courtney, and his son, Grady, are from Seymour, Texas. For 9 years, Josh has worked for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Services as a county agent for agricultural natural resources and 4-H in Baylor County. Prior to becoming a county extension agent, Josh was a high school ag teacher and FFA advisor in Lafayette, Indiana, and Throckmorton, Texas. What started as a 4-H project at the age of 13, Josh and his family also raised show lambs and has added show goats to his operation. Josh has judged multiple species in 24 states, including shows at Oklahoma Youth Expo, the North American International Livestock Expo, Arizona National, and San Angelo. Thank you for your time today, Josh.
Well, we've got to have a little bit of fun out here from time to time, right? And I'm glad you've got a smile on your face. I think we've got a future steer wrestler out here in the ring. If not that, she's going to make somebody a good hand one of these days, so keep your eye on her for sure. I think a really nice class of commercial sheep here, and this is a tough sort here, 1 through 4, to be honest. And I tried to hurry because I know that sheep's being cantankerous, but I needed to try to get a look at these things and make sure that I got them right, because a lot of quality in here, and all these fit the class so well. They're all kind of green, they're all kind of immature and a little skinnier and growing, and they just fit appropriately, I think, into a lightweight class. The ewe that we're going to lead with, for me, that's the one that's probably just more three-dimensional. She comes out of the ring here with a little more authority through the center part of her chest. I think she's got more base width coming and going than the ewe in second. I think she's just got a little bigger engine in her. I think we get right over the back side of her skeleton in terms of her cage there and the bottom side of her forerib. A nice place to start there on top. I tell you, that's a high quality one there in second. She gets her gathered up and sticking right and get her attitude fixed there. She comes in, and that one's a little longer bodied. I like that about her, and she still ties good and square into her edge there, out of her loin edge into her upper hip. I guess on a 3/4, and when that one moves out, she kind of wants to close up at the bottom side of her skeleton there, just ever so slightly up front. Just like to open her up there in her forerib and the bottom side of her rib there to get over that class winner, but a good pair of them there on top for sure. And then I struggled with the one here in 3, because I think this one right here we can maybe make a case for in second, just because she's so hard muscled. She's terminal in her shape there. There's a lot of power and shape and tone there. Good job, girl. Down her top line, maybe just gets a little bit hard in her rib cage for me. Maybe a little bit more vertical up front, just a little bit harder and drier there at the bottom side of her cage there to get her up any higher. But one that I think we get a little cover on, get a little condition on that one, will be one that can certainly be considered into that top pair. Nice 4th place ewe here as well. Good bodied, good built, good made one. Maybe just not as attractive there in terms of her center body, in terms of just being open or round and just athletic in her build. Gets a little flatter up front there as well, but a good kind of sheep there in 4. Really, really good class. My compliments to those kids.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of Class 8 commercial breeding ewes. First place goes to Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. Your champion steer wrestler and taking second place in the division goes to Emma Wiesner of Cash 4-H. Third place goes to Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA, and rounding off the class, taking fourth, Allie Runyon of Indiahoma FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 9 commercial breeding ewes.
We get into this class here, and I think maybe it comes a pair of them at top that really we got to talk about and make that call on. I think between 1 and 2, both of those sheep are tremendous in terms of touch and tone and muscularity. I think the nod goes to the young ladies you here just up front. I think that front 1/3 for me is just a little wilder in terms of base width and smoothness of shoulder. I think that lead ewes shoulders just lies in a nickel better there, a little smoother there up at the point. Now the sheep in second, I'll give you this. That one's a little longer hipped than the sheep that we lead with. He runs uphill, she runs uphill. She's got a great look to her. For me, like I said, maybe we just peel a little bit of shoulder off of that one. Maybe just not as dead chiseled up through that breastplate as the lead ewe is, but that's a good pair of them there in 1 and 2. Congratulations to them. Still a nice ewe that comes into 3. Just ran into a buzzsaw pair of them there above her. That's just a stout featured, big-legged one that's got a lot of feature and toe size there. I think we go in and grab a hold of that one. Of the top 4 there, maybe the one that's just a little softer, just a little rounder in her shape there, not as descript, not as chiseled there down her back, but certainly got some out there pieces at the ground just in terms of feature and bone and substance for sure. The sheep that we round out the 4 with right there, if you want to close your eyes and judge these things, that one probably gets into the top pair of them just in terms of shape and power, expression. Just wants to get a little straight up front there, a little vertical in terms of her shoulder blade, her front knees a little far forward. Just got to relax her skeletally up front, I think, to get into that trio above her. Congratulations to those young people. Another nice set of crossbred females.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 9 commercial ewes. First place goes to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Third place goes to Carly Roney of Cache 4-H. And rounding off the class, taking fourth, is Bristol Monroe of Indiahoma FFA. We now welcome to the ring your Class 10 commercial ewes.
Really nice Division 1 in these crossbred females, and boy, these 4 out here are pretty nice in the ring right now. A lot of quality represented, good presented ones here that are drove right and showed right, and I think the young people have done a great job with these projects and getting them to this point. I think for me, there's a pair of them out here that came in, and I thought they were built pretty similar. I thought there's a pair of sheep out here that suit me in terms of muscle and quality and balance. Going to be the 2 heavyweights out of here will be your champion and your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Division 1 commercial breeding ewe champion, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Your reserve Division 1 champion goes to Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. No, I messed up. That'll complete your division sale order. We'll go ahead and kick it off with your Class 10 commercial breeding ewes going into the Division 2 lineup.
A lot of close calls in this class, and we may have went through that pretty speedy, but at the same time, I thought there were some decisions to be made between every placing here. I think the one that we lead off the class with, for me, that one's just got the most out there pieces to her. She's probably the most feminine, combined with some muscle and some shape and expression down her top line there. I think she touches the best in terms of just her overall density there down her back. Body condition wise, I think all these maybe got a little bit on them in here, but I think hers is probably one of the more correct ones, I think, nonetheless, over the one there in second. The one in second, if you like them just so rugged and stout and big-footed there, I wouldn't argue if you want to move that one up there to the top. For me, though, maybe she gets a little too quick in her look there, a little more conventional in her kind. She gets a little shorter spine for me. And two, when we go in there and grab a hold of her, she's probably the chubbiest there of the top three of them, I think, just in terms of her body wall condition there, but still one that's probably got some class advantages at the surface there in terms of that ruggedness and stoutness of feature that one brings to the class. Blue Sheep here in 3. You got to like that one from the side and up there in the stands for sure. You like that one's levelness. She's feminine. She's upstanding kind of a sheep. Maybe just runs out of gas there from behind. I think for her size, we just got to open her up through her pin set and her upper hip. Her hind end right there has just got to have a little more punch to it, I think, to get up into that top pair. And likewise with the 1 in 4. Incredibly presented one there. Love the boot wool on that one. That's had some work done on it. Sure like her presentation there on the side. And again, from the stands, you got to like how she puts together a great silhouette out here. It's from when we get right behind that girl right there. She's got some condition on her, and at the same time, I just think she's the narrowest gauge through her pin set and her hind leg there from behind. Really, really good class. Compliments to those kids. Nice set of females to work through.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 10 commercial ewes. First place goes to Maverick Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Second place goes to Hunter McElhaney of Elgin FFA. Third place goes to Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. And fourth place goes to Kenley Wallace of Cash 4-H. We now welcome into the ring your Class 11 commercial ewes.
Really nice pair of them here. We're going to leave them lined up the way they are there. Young man in the front's going to win this class, and I think it's close. I think both of these ewes here have got a tremendous amount of center body to them. They've got some feature and some bone work, some substance there for sure in terms of their feet and legs. I think the one that starts may be a rib longer. A sheep for me that just, I think, just handles maybe a bit bolder in terms of a rack shape and her loin edge there. I'd like to bring her down in her tail head just a little bit, if we could maybe, and maybe just drop her flank a fraction there on the side, but puts together an awful lot of good pieces there in this heavier class. The sheep there in second. This kid may not win the class, but he's going to win the class with his shirt. I can promise you that. I dig that one. If they make it an extra large, I'm buying one of those things. He's got a really good sheep in terms of touch and tone there. One that maybe just wants to roll downhill just ever so slightly there, and maybe not as bold through the center part of her chest when she comes right at you, but there's an awful lot of rib in that one, a lot of flank, and still an awful lot of power from behind. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to the exhibitors of your Class 11 commercial ewes. First place goes to Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Taking second is Cale Herbert of Lawton 4-H. We now welcome into the ring your Class 12 commercial ewes.
Well, young man, you ran into a pair of them above you that I think are awfully nice, and they're very close, in my opinion. And just to describe kind of what I'm thinking here and what I'm seeing, I think when this class winner came in, that's the one that I dialed in on just in terms of being built from the ground up. Big bone, big featured one there at the ground that's maybe a little more cobra in terms of her front end. I think her neck's just up and out of her blade a nickel more there than the one there in second. And two, I think when we grab a hold of these things and handle them, for me, the fresher, bigger hipped, bigger racked one comes there in one, and I think that's where her advantages are. You know, on a 3/4 view, as you study the one there in second, I'm not going to argue if you say that one's bolder through the center part of her rib cage there, because I like that about her. I think that's where her class advantage lies, is right through the middle part of her body there. She's really cracked open wide, and when we go in and we handle her, like I said, she's not as fresh, not as shapely over her edge as maybe that one that leads off with. I don't think she's as big in her upper hip there either, but that's an awfully good pair of them there on top end. Glad they brought them. The ewe that comes third, like I said, man, that's just a good pair of them there right above you, buddy, because you got a really productive one, a really sound-legged kind of a sheep, maybe not blessed with a lot of leg wool, and that's okay. Those feet and legs point the right direction. She's long-bodied. She's tall-fronted. She'll make a great kind of a female. For me, she's got to have more punch down her back there in terms of shape and expression, I think, to get over that pair up high. Good job.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 12 commercial ewes. First place goes to Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H. Second place goes to Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. And third place goes to Owen Sobby Smith of Geronimo FFA. We now welcome back into the ring your winners from your Class 10 through Class 12 commercial ewes to show for Division 2 champion. From Class 10, Maverick Barmettler from Comanche County 4-H. From Class 11, Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. And from Class 12, Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H.
Awfully good division here in your second one of the crossbred females, and 6 representatives that I think all stand out. The quality continues to come in the ring here, and this is what I expected to see up here in this county. And boy, they're ready. They're presented right. They're dialed in. For me, there was one out here, I guess, that when she came in the ring, I just thought that one right there is going to be hard to beat. It was a close call, still in class, but I think still out here, she needs to win this particular division. It's going to be out of Class 3 here. Your heavyweight will be your champion.
Congratulations to your Division 2 champion from Class 12, Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H. Now up in the running from Class 12, Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA.
Well, in that class, I thought that both those females were outstanding. The first 2 classes in here had a lot of quality in them as well, and we bring those out here, nothing to take away from them, but I think maybe the one that just has a little more punch, just a little more width, and maybe some maturity and size, obviously, still comes out of that same class there. We're going to keep them together. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve Division 2 champion goes to Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. To show for division order, stepping up, Owen Sobby Smith out of Class 12. Stepping up from Class 10, Hunter McElhaney. Stepping up from Class 11, Cale Herbert. That'll complete your Class 11. Stepping up from Class 10, Kennedy Phillips. Stepping up from Class 10, Kenley Wallace. That'll complete your division order of Division II U's. We now welcome back into the ring your Division I and Division II champions of your commercial U's. From Elgin FFA, Larae Cox, and from Lawton 4-H, Macklin Herbert. They'll be showing for overall commercial U, sponsored by Hardzog Carpet.
Well, compliments to the crossbred exhibitors here for just outstanding females that come back in this champion drive overall. D1 comes out, and I thought that one, the one Division I, won so, fairly handily, I think. You study that one on the side, coming at you, going away, and on a three-quarter view, I don't think that one gives you a bad angle, to be honest. If we were critical of that one, I guess in motion, she does want to roll just south just a little bit in terms of her spine, going just downhill ever so slightly, and but that thing is just monster in terms of base width and chest floor width, and still having a skinny neck on top of that blade, and that rib cage comes out and just wedges appropriately all the way back. back a lot of value in that particular female there. I think and Division II comes out, and I think that one right there is in the hunt as well. You know, because there's trade-offs between the two. I think the one that comes out of Division II is maybe stouter at the ground, obviously a little bigger, probably a little older kind of a sheep as well, but the one that's just stouter featured, more rugged, that one puts together a great silhouette on the side. If you don't like the angles that one gives you from the side, I don't know what to tell you. Just square hipped, square pinned, and that one again has got some extra look to her. You know, I guess when we study them at the ground when they are coming at me, I don't know if that one gives me the extra power and just center chest width right there for her frame size as maybe the one that comes out of Division I. And I don't know if she's extra pulled apart right there in the bottom side of her cage on a 3/4 view either for her frame. So, you know, in terms of proportions, I hate to sound like a hog judge, but in terms of proportions, you know, that one right there may just need to give us just a notch more oomph, I guess, down low. So there's give and take between both of those, both outstanding females. I guess the one I come back to that, you know, I'd just like to own, I guess, would be coming out of Division I right there for your champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your overall commercial breeding ewe. That goes to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Stepping up into the running is Madden Barbutler of Comanche County 4-H. They'll be showing for your reserve overall commercial ewe, sponsored by Philip and Chelsea Stahl.
The second are the reserve out of Division I, still an outstanding female, bulky, dense, muscular. I just think there's the extras out here that we have an option to sort into. That's going to come out of Division II for your reserve grand. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your reserve champion commercial ewe. That goes to Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H. Stepping up for breed order, Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. Needed in the ring from Division II, Maverick Barmetler. Next in the ring from Division II, Madden Barmetler. Now in the running, Cale Herbert of Lawton 4-H. Now up in the running from Division I, Kaylee Tanner. Stepping up into the running from Division 1, Emma Wiesner. On deck from Division 1, Kaylee Tanner. Now up in the running from Division 2, Hunter McElhaney with Kennedy Phillips on deck. Now up in the running from Division 1, Kaylee Tanner with Carly Roney on deck. Next up for Division 2, Kennedy Phillips with Kinley Wallace on deck. Up in the running from Division 1, Carly Roney with Allie Runyon from Division 1 on deck. Coming in from Division 2, Kinley Wallace with Owen Sabi Smith on deck. Now up in the running, Owen Sabi Smith from Division 2. Now up in the running from Division 1, Allie Runyon with Bristol Monroe on deck. Now needed in the ring from Division 1, Bristol Monroe. That'll complete your breed order for your commercial use. We'll go ahead and get lined up for your grand drive of your ewes from the AOB breed, Shelby Wiesner of Cash 4-H, and from your commercial breed, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. We'd like to once again thank our photography sponsors for this week's show, Comanche County Farm Bureau. Because of their contribution, all ring shots and backdrop photos will be free to all exhibitors. Exhibitors, we encourage you to take a backdrop photo, especially if you're going to be in this Friday's premium sale. Thank you, Comanche County Farm Bureau. Coming in to show for your overall ewe from the AOB breed, Shelby Wiesner of Cash 4-H, and from your commercial breed, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Your overall champion breeding ewe is brought to you by Latonka Chiropractic and Vet Hospital.
Well, what a great ewe show we've had. And ringside folks, let's do the favor and give these kids a big round of applause, if you would. We're not going to describe them all. We've got a lengthy sale order to go through. So just my compliments and hats off to these kids here in this ewe show. It's been outstanding. The purebreds and the commercials all come in, and boy, they've got quality. They look right. They're fitted right. They're shown right. Looking forward to the rest of an outstanding show out here. The one that suits me the best going to come out of the commercials here. Nice sheep here to win this ewe show. Good job to her.
Congratulations to your overall breeding ewe, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Now stepping up into the running is Macklin Herbert of Lawton FFA.
Quality's still awfully good out here, and like we talked in those commercials, I thought there was two that surfaced out there that had big ring potential, just big pieces to them. We're going to keep the commercials together here for your reserve. Congratulations to this young lady.
Your reserve overall champion breeding ewe goes to Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H. That is sponsored by Ag Defense Risk Management and Jeremy Kinder Cattle Company. Stepping up into the running for sale order, Kaylee Tanner from Cash FFA. Stepping up from the commercial, Maverick Barmettler with Madden Barmettler on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed, Madden Barmettler with Madden Barmettler on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Madden Barmettler with Kaylee Tanner on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Cale Herbert with Emma Wiesner on deck. Stepping up for the commercial breed is Emma Wiesner with Hunter McElhaney on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Hunter McElhaney with Kaylee Tanner on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Kaylee Tanner with Kennedy Phillips on deck. Stepping up from the AOB breed is Allie Runyon with Bristol Monroe on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Kennedy Phillips with Kinley Wallace on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Kinley Wallace with Carly Roney on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Carly Roney with Allie Runyon on deck. Stepping up from the AOB breed is Bristol Monroe with Kennedy Phillips on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Allie Runyon with Bristol Monroe on deck. Stepping up from the AOB breed is Kennedy Phillips with Caitlin Mole on deck. Stepping up from the AOB breed is Caitlin Mole with Bristol Monroe on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Bristol Monroe with Owen Sobby Smith on deck. Stepping up from the commercial breed is Owen Sobby Smith. And that'll complete your sale order for your breeding ewes. We're going to take a short break for our judge to take some backdrop photos before we start our market division. 1 Dorset Weather Lambs.
Well, as we work over here into the weather show, I think a nice Dorset sheep to start our day out with, and I think one that's really level, really correct made, good structured kind of a sheep there. Nice single entry here in this Dorset class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your exhibitor of your Class 1 Dorset Weather Lambs, Jace Creel of Cash FFA. We'll move on to your Class 2 Haired Weather Lamb. Your champion haired weather lamb is brought to you by Cimarron Nutrition.
Nice little class, Dorper sheep here, and I think it sorts for me. Maybe I don't know. I think there's some give and take in that top pair, but still keep coming back to that wether we use here to win this class. For me, that's the most shapely one, the most expressive in his back shape there and over his loin. Bigger pin kind of a sheep through his pin set there and his upper hip. I think a good way there to start this class. The sheep that pushes him in seconds, maybe a notch bigger in his kind, a little taller shouldered, maybe a little more extended up front, just maybe don't get the handle and the shape right there working down his top line as I do in that class winner. Then his cape fronted sheep comes out in 3, and the pounds heavy sheep in here, and probably so because I think he's the fattest sheep as well in terms of his body condition. He's just too soft, a little too chubby there to get into that top pair, but a good bayed, good built one. Certainly has some look and some extension to him. Just got to trim him up a little bit there, get him into that top pair. Congratulations to these exhibitors. A nice class here to work through.
Congratulations to your Class 2 exhibitors of your haired wethers. First place goes to Wesley Streef of Indiahoma 4-H. Second place goes to Wesley Streef of Indiahoma 4-H. And third goes to Genesis Streef of Indiahoma FFA. We are going to move down to your South Down breed. And at the conclusion of that, we will show for your AOB champion.
Really nice single entry South Down wether here. I think a good lightweight sheep that's lean and hard to the touch there. Has some muscle to him. A good profiling sheep there that runs uphill. Nice class winner here in this single entry.
Congratulations to your Class 13 South Down exhibitor. That goes to Macy Nunley of Cash FFA. We'll go ahead and bring in your Class 14 South Down.
Another single entry here, and I think one's really bold-bodied, big-centered one. I think one that, again, has some look to him. A nice kind of class winner here in Class 2, your South Downs.
Congratulations to your exhibitor of your Class 14 South Down, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. We'll go ahead and bring in your Class 15 South Downs.
Really big South Down wether here in terms of frame and skeletal extension. I like that. I like his levelness. I think he's upstanding kind of a sheep here. I think we'll talk about these a little more here, maybe in a champion lineup. Good class winner here.
Congratulations to the exhibitor of your Class 15 South Down Weatherlands, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. We'll go ahead and welcome back your winners from Class 13 through Class 15 South Downs. From Class 13, Macy Nunley of Cash FFA. From Class 14, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. And from Class 15, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. They will show for your breed champion South Down Weather, brought to you by IGO Applications.
I'll bring back those 3 class winners in your Southdown Drive, and just to briefly discuss them a little more. I think the lightweight sheep, we talked about that one being lean and hard and muscular. I think of the 3 out here, that's the one that's expressive in his top shape. I think his body shape is good enough. Be critical on him. I'd like to maybe lift him up through his chest floor there just a fraction more, make him balance just a nickel better there on the side. The second class comes in, really a stout featured, rugged made one there that's long bodied, profiles really nice. You know, that sheep, we get over the top of him, and maybe he doesn't read with as much shape down his top line there, a little heavier condition there over his forerib comparative to the one there directly in front of him. And then class 3 came in, and really a big extended one, like his top line presence and posture there on the side. Maybe for his frame size, we just got to make him a little wider gauged all the way throughout, I think, through his center body. So there's some give and take in these sheep out here. I think the one that suits me the best, just in terms of composition and muscle shape and expression, is going to come out of class 1 there for your champion. Congratulations to her. And then to follow up for reserve, I think to follow suit here, the one that comes out of class 2 here will be your reserve. Congratulations to that young lady.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Southdown Weather, Macy Nunley of Cash FFA. Your reserve breed champion, brought to you by Elgin Propane, goes to Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. We'd like to go ahead and welcome your breed champions from your Dorset, Hare, and Southdown divisions to show for an AOB breed champion. Exhibitors of this division, please have your pink cards ready. From the Dorset division, Jace Creel of Cash FFA. From the haired breed, Wesley Streef of Indiahoma 4-H. And from your Southdown breed, Macy Nunley of Cash FFA.
Well, here in your AOB drive, I thought 3 smaller breeds here that still have some quality to them. A lot of differences in some of those sheep that came in the ring here. I think out here as we compare these things and study them on their own, I think there's still one that has that show ring look with some shape and some expression. It's going to come out of your Southdown division here for your champion.
Your breed champion, AOB Weather, goes to Macy Nunley of Cash FFA. Stepping up into the running is Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA to show for reserve breed AOB champion.
We bring in the reserve Southdown and talked about that one and maybe some things we'd change. I still think probably the one that just comes to us with enough punch here and enough bone and still combining that look. I think there's just some extra width through her stifle and pin set is going to come out of the Southdowns as well. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve AOB champion goes to Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. Now stepping up into the running to show for division order, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. That'll complete your Dorset division. And that'll complete your South Down division and complete your AOB order. We'll go ahead and go back up into the list to Class 3 Hampshire Weathers.
It's a nice way here to start our Hamp division with an extra good lightweight sheep. Really trim and hard and firm to the touch. A lot of bone there at the ground and still has just an athletic look to him there on the side. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your exhibitor of your Class 3 Hampshire Weathers, Emma Wiesner of Cache 4-H. We now welcome into the ring your Class 4 Hampshire Weathers. We'd like to thank our beautiful ribbon presenter for the day, Cash and Todd of Cache FFA. There's also Kinsley Devers too, but that's all right.
An awfully nice class here. The kids have done a great job with these sheep projects here. They're well fed and taken care of, and there's just maybe some small and subtle differences, I think, as we go through the lineup here. For me, the one that I land on to win, that one's just the most expressive in his shape and his touch and tone there down his back. I'd pick on that guy just a little bit and call him maybe a little more open and bolder in his shoulder blade up front there, but I think there's just too much good in him from there on back in terms of his shape and extra hardness of muscle, and still being just athletic and show sheep in his look there. The one that comes to us here in second, that one's extra attractive, and he may not just give us the overall bulk there from behind. When we get right behind him and study him through his pin set and his upper hip, that's where I'd just make him a notch bigger. I'd open him up right there, but that one's got a great body to him. His fill is appropriate, I think, for his body shape and his size right there. Maybe not as sculpted in terms of his shape. I think he's the second best touching sheep in class. To get around that class winner, just like I said, we just got to maybe just power him up just a fraction more there from behind. Got a great look and a great ring presence to him out here. The sheep that comes here in 3 and 4 and 5, I think those things are close, and they do a nice job with these things. They're all fed well, maybe a little softer to the touch on all 3 of these sheep as a general statement, and I think that's where you get beat out of the top pair, young lady. Maybe just a little rounder in your shape there, not as much hardness and firmness down his top line, but he's really, really correct. He's good pinned from behind, and that's why I rolled you up into 3 there. I think you're a taller fronted sheep than the one that comes here next. That comes to us here in 4, great big feet and legs at the ground there, enough muscle from behind, just wants to run downhill for me and get a little shorter up through his front end right there. Probably the best look he's given us is right there, man. If you can just keep him right there, that one right there looks good there. But again, just got to firm him up, give him a little bit more trimness there up high over his rib cage. A good bodied one coming here in 5, and really long and level. This one right here can give us a deadly look from the side, or one that just kind of looks like a dog out here. He wants to get a little straighter up front, gets a little closed in up through his chest floor right there, not as wide and as bold when he comes at me. Really nice class of Hampshire sheep. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 4 Hampshire Weathers. First place goes to Cadence Pierce of Lawton FFA. Second place goes to Ashton Tate of Comanche County 4-H. Third place goes to Audrey Freeman of Cache FFA. In 4th place, Carly Roney of Cache 4-H. And rounding off the class in 5th place, Colby Wallace of Cache 4-H. We now welcome to the ring your Class 5 Hampshire Weathers.
Well, these are three awfully nice Hampshire sheep here in this class. I tell you, these are awfully good. All three of them out here. I don't know if each one of them brings a class advantage, but just in terms of quality, guys, I hope you realize how good these things really are. The one that leads off is Big Ring Potential. I think that sheep right there, that thing looks like an athlete out there in terms of his body shape and his composition. Maybe not the squarest over his loin edge that I've ever seen, but I think though his body wall fat is appropriate, he's got some shape and turn to his upper cage there at the ground. He comes in and he keeps those feet and legs apart. He's got some elevation through the floor of his chest. I think a logical place there for me to start. Maybe some give and take here in 2 and 3, and the one that comes to us in 2. I like that one's touch and tone quite well. That one handles really fresh and script there over his upper rib and his edge. That one still is, I think, is still okay in terms of his fat cover there. If we get right behind that one and just compare him to the one right in front of him, I don't know if there's just as much sheep there in terms of his center body and his pin width from behind as that sheep that leads off with, but one that still puts a lot of pieces together there in the 2 hole. The sheep that comes in 3, I'm not going to argue if up in the stands you say, well, that one right there probably has just more butt to him and more power from behind, and he does. I love his inner leg. His stifle shape there from behind is really good, and he still handles well down his top line. He gets a little deeper up through his chest floor, a little longer there in his shoulder blade up front for me, I think, comparative to those 2 there right above him. 3 really good ones. Let's put our hands together for that class. Nice job to those kiddos.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 5 Hampshire Weathers. In first place goes to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Hunter McElhaney of Elgin FFA. And third place goes to Addison McPhail of Comanche County 4-H. Now entering the ring is your Class 6 Hampshire Weathers.
I think an interesting class here, and one that kind of makes my head hurt a little bit here on the top pair of them, because I guess the sheep that comes in and leads the class was one that when he came in the ring and he was acting right, that's the one that I thought, okay, this is what we're going to build around. He's just got that athletic look to him. He's got a wild look to him. He's tall-fronted. He's up and out of himself in terms of his skeleton. You know, the thing just doesn't want to act right, even on the brace there. Some things, I'll tell you, I'll be the first to admit, I wish he had more flank in him. He's got to have more flank in that sheep for me, and I know that probably long term, that sheep's probably got a more ideal landing spot 3 weeks from now, and I get it. So I understand where we're at from a feeding perspective and that sort of thing, but not making excuses. I still think that sheep just has more fresh shape right out of his blade on top of his rack there. I think when we get right behind him, he's just a notch bigger in his upper hip and his pin bones from behind, and just a good skin, good touching kind of a sheep there. Again, I think it's hard because the one that comes in second, you know, that one right there, you wouldn't think when he comes in he'd put together a look like that, but he still does. His underline, he's not as chiseled through his chest floor maybe as what you would want, but his underline is proportional, and he still balances up awfully nice there on the side. For me, you know, we go in and handle on him. He's not as descript in his back shape there. He's not as maybe just as bold and toned there to his touch, and again, he just wants to taper a fraction more into his tail head there. I think it's a close call there, but you know, there's some wilder pieces and out there pieces in that class winner that I just dig quite a bit in that lead sheep, but a good pair of them there without a doubt on top. The sheep that came in here in third, when that one come in here first, I thought, well, here we go. This is one we can ride till the end until the other ones came in there, because that one comes in with some presence, some show ring looks, some just a good athletic build in that sheep right there. You know, we get into 3, 4, and 5, and maybe these are some sheep that just don't really grab with as much shape and true dimension right there on the top side of their skeleton, but they're built so good. They're level, they're structurally right, they have some look up through their front end. The sheep here in 4, as we study that one of the longer bodied lambs in class, I like that about him. I like his levelness and presence here. Of the top 4 or 5, he's maybe the one that just narrows up from behind ever so slightly. We got to open him up there, give him a little bit more stifle and pop there down low in his lower butt there from behind. And then the sheep that we round out the class with, awfully a big engine in that guy from rib to rib. He's awfully wide, three-dimensionally. I like his proportions and his look there. A little thicker hided sheep that's maybe just not as fresh there when we get our hands on him down his back. Really nice class of Hampshire sheep here. Looking forward to the rest of them. Good job.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of Class 6 Hampshire Weathers. First place goes to Kaylee Tanner of Cache FFA. Second place goes to Maverick Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Third place goes to Peyton Nunley of Cache FFA. In fourth place, Macy Nunley of Cache FFA. And rounding off the class in fifth place, Caitlin Mole of Cache FFA. We welcome back into the ring your winners of your Class 3 through Class 6 Hampshire Weathers. From Class 3, Emma Wiesner of Cache 4-H. From Class 4, Cadence Pierce of Lawton FFA. From Class 5, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. And from Class 6, Kaylee Tanner of Cache FFA. They will be showing for your breed champion Hampshire Weather, brought to you by Latonka Animal Hospital.
Well, I know we're still in the long rows of the weather show here, but what a great division we've had here in the Hampshire sheep, and 4 classes, I thought surfaced some class winners that really had some value and some merit to them, and we got into a couple of those classes there at the end, and I thought the water got pretty deep, and especially at the top end, there was a couple of sheep there that surfaced that, well, they just look like big ring sheep. They just got a look and a presence to them. They've got muscle. They've got some style to them there on the side view. They run uphill, and their lines are just so good, and yet we get on the 3/4, and from behind them, they come into with some muscle and some shape there. The one that does that for the best for me, and I think it's clear advantage is Class 3 right there. I like that sheep to win. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Hampshire Weather, Lorraine Cox from Elgin FFA. Now stepping up is Hunter McElhaney from Elgin FFA to show for your reserve champion, Hampshire Weather, brought to you by Hobart Stockyards.
Still an awfully good front line here to pick from, and again, the reserve is one that just has some wild pieces to me, and obviously some things we need to fix, but there's things we'd like to change about all of them, and I think this sheep, to be honest, he gives us our best look when he's just standing there and not really wanting to brace, and that's going to be Class 4 there. I'll have your reserve champion, Hampshire.
Your reserve breed champion, Hampshire, goes to Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. Now stepping up for breed order is Maverick Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. On deck is Peyton Nunley. Stepping up is Peyton Nunley from Class 6. On deck is Macy Nunley. Stepping up from Class 5 is Addison McPhail. That'll complete your Class 5. Stepping up from Class 4, Ashton Tate with Audrey Freeman on deck. Stepping up from Class 6 is Macy Nunley with Caitlin Mole on deck. Stepping up from Class 4 is Audrey Freeman with Carly Roney on deck. Stepping up from Class 6, Caitlin Mole. That'll complete your Class 3. Stepping up from Class 4, Carly Roney with Colby Wallace on deck. Stepping up from Class 4, Colby Wallace. That'll complete your breed order for your Hampshire Weathers. We'll go ahead and invite into the ring Class 7 Natural Weathers.
A nice pair of them here. We're just going to leave them lined up the way they are there in order there. Start with the young lady in the green shirt. I think that sheep for me is just a little bulkier from behind, a little more stuff in that one, I think, from behind in terms of pin bone width and just inner leg shape. And two, on the side view, I think that sheep just hits me with a little more depth of flank there on the side view profile. The sheep in second's got some muscle shape and some expression to him, and I like his touch and tone there over his rib and his rack there. I think he just flattens a little bit there through his loin edge. Maybe gets a little pinched and narrow through his tail head there from behind, I think, to compete with that class winner. A good pair of them there. Close call. Good job to them.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 7 Natural Weathers. In first place, Colby Wallace of Cash 4-H. Taking second place, Genesis Streef of Indiahoma FFA. We'll now bring into the ring your Class 8 Natural Weathers.
I think a good class of them, and I tell you, if you get into this top pair here, easily and more than enough muscle and power for this guy, I can tell you. So with that being said, I think the one that I use here just is better in his underline. I think in terms of his depth, the center and flank in relation to his chest floor there, I think he's high as his point of his shoulder is just smoother there as it blends in. You know, that's a sheep. I could get hard on him a little bit, I guess, just because, you know, I think he's a little smaller in his kind and maybe a little more conventional looking, but I think that thing has got a monster top and cage in him and an absolute trunk there when you get right under him from behind. A lot of horsepower in that guy here in this class. The one that comes in two handles just as, that thing handles good there as well in terms of his shape and his freshness and expression. Just a flat, dead level back that's got some density to him. Big in his cage there. And he's a sheep too. He runs uphill there. I think as we study him on the side, you study his flank line from his sheath back and maybe the point of his shoulder there on a 3/4. I don't know if he blends as nicely there through the bottom side of his rib there out of his forearm. It's maybe that class winner. A good pair of them there on top. That super powerful, hard touching sheep that are certainly very fresh. The sheep here in 3, he's done a nice job with him. Big, long, extended. Still some product in that guy there up high. I just think comparative to those two right above him, we look right over the top of him. He's just not as opened up as wide. He's not as bold through the center part of his body, through his butt there from behind. Really, really nice class of them. Good job to them.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 8 natural lambs. In first place, Maverick Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. In second place, Mary Beth Randina Brown of Cache FFA. And in third place, Ben Kinder of Indiahoma 4-H. We now welcome into the ring your Class 9 natural wethers.
Well, this is an awfully good pair of sheep here, highly presented, highly shown wethers, and it's close. I think from the outside looking in, before we grab a hold of these things, I think both of them have some show ring look to them. They've got some presence. I think they're sheep that are good in their body shape and their chest floors. I think maybe there is a difference in the two. I think the advantage in terms of underline may go to the one there in second in terms of his chest floor elevation, sweep to his belly. I think, though, the one that's built in terms of just being bold through the center part of his body and still having just way more shape and expression up high goes to the class winner. That one's bold at the ground. He's wide made, he's wide centered, big cage, kind of a sheep again that touches with more shape and density than the one there in 2. If we could just get him to grab with a little bit more power and oomph there, I think over his shoulder or over his cage, I think that's a sheep there that can really push that class winner because he's so good looking. He's high quality there. He's tall fronted, a sheep that stays together really well there in motion. Also, good class there. Compliments to those young ladies. That's a good pair to work through.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 9 natural wethers. In first place, Kaylee Tanner of Cache FFA. In second place, Alyssa Christensen of Cache FFA. We'd like to welcome back into the ring your winners from your Class 7 through Class 9 natural wethers. From Class 7, Colby Wallace of Cache 4-H. From Class 8, Maverick Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. And from Class 9, Kaylee Tanner of Cache FFA. They'll be showing for your breed champion natural wether, brought to you by Latonka Animal Hospital.
Good natural color division here. A lot of sort and a lot of differences, I think, in the 6 sheep that are represented out here in this particular drive. And, there's a lot of give and take, I guess. My champion and reserve and even bronze here in this division are probably all going to look a little different. But I'm okay with that because I think we're still just getting the good ones up and the ones that suit me the best. There is one out here, though, that I think just kind of goes away with it in terms of look and balance and still having just so much center body and maybe just a little more look in terms of motion, and that's going to come out of Class 3 here as your champion.
Your breed champion, Natural Weather, is Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. Stepping up into the running for Reserve Breed Champion, brought to you by Sterling Ag Boosters, is Alyssa Christensen of Cash FFA.
Well, like I said, I don't know if everything's going to kind of fit together. I think there's a sheep out here that follows in reserve just for the amount of product that he's got. And when we get him propped up, he still does have some look to him and some presence going to come out of Class 2 right there for your reserve breed champion.
Your reserve breed Natural Weather goes to Maverick Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Stepping up into the running for your breed order, Mary Beth Rendina Brown of Cash FFA. Stepping up for breed order from Class 8, Ben Kinder. That'll complete your Class 9. Stepping up into the running for your breed order is Genesis Streeth. That'll complete your order for your natural breed. We'll go ahead and get started with our Class 10 Shropshire Weathers.
As we work here into the Shrop division, I think 3 good lambs that we've got, and it shakes out pretty easy for me. I think the one that we lead with wins pretty easy. That one right there is just muscular. He's square built, just a lot of bone and foot size there at the ground. Good kind of a way here to start your breed with. The sheep that's in second, I think, follows into there pretty appropriately, just in terms of length of body and depth of center there as well. Just a big ribbed, productive kind of a sheep that maybe gets beat because maybe he doesn't grab with quite as much power through his hip and his pin set there from behind for his frame size there. That's where I'd like to fix him. The sheep in third probably does have that extra muscle through there. I like that about him. I like his stifle shape and pop there from the side view. For me, I'd actually maybe like to see just a little more bark on that guy, just to smoothen him up there a little bit, give a little bit more smoothness there as he blends out of his shoulder blade into his center body, because he's got some shape and some power there from behind. Good class of them, all 3 nice sheep.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 10 Shropshire Weathers. First place goes to Hunter McElhaney of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Audrey Freeman of Cash FFA. And third place goes to Landry Thomason of Indiahoma FFA. Now in the ring is your Class 11 Shropshire Weathers.
Three really well presented sheep here that the young ladies are showing extremely well. And as a show judge here, you don't want to run through and race through a show, but at the same time, you don't want to drag your feet. People got lives to live, and we got things to do as well. So I try to keep a good pace and not hurry or rush, and give kids a good look. And you know what really helps do that is when we got kids that can get them shown, and they get out here, they tend to business, and so my compliments to those kids on the job that they're doing there, because it makes things go so much smoother and so much more organized. And I think it kind of goes unnoticed sometimes that's what really happens. The young lady leads off here, does so with a sheep that's just extra powerful, very dense and shapely, and I like his profile and his look there on the side. I guess when he came in, this is a sheep that's not overwhelmed with an abundance of leg wool there. Maybe I was more studying the young lady in 2 there when that sheep come in, because that one just has a presence and motion that I just admire and like so much. But then we get on this sheep and we get him propped up and get him over there and we get our hands on him. That thing right there is just beastly in terms of his back shape and his raw power he's got, and yet he still puts a silhouette together, I think, there on the side view that's pretty admirable there as well for having that kind of shape and muscle to him. The sheep here in second, like I said, that one trots in here and that one demands a judge's attention just just in terms of his athletic look and his build and his presence, just so well presented there. Good touching, good height on that sheep there. You know, as we get right behind him, he's not as opened up as wide through his pin or his upper hip. I don't know if maybe he is just as sculpted there in terms of his touch. He's got some tone to him there. You know, comparative wise, he's not just there in terms of that bulk and power there, I think, out of his upper hip, but an awfully good one there on the side view I like quite a bit. And still the sheep here in 3. That one on the side comes in, and I like his lines quite well, and then how he runs uphill. It's from behind right there. We just got to give a little bit more punch to that guy right there to get him into that top pair. Good class of them. Great, good job to those kids.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 11 Shropshire Weathers. First place goes to Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H. Second place goes to Peyton Nunley of Cash FFA. And third place goes to Kenley Wallace of Cash 4-H. Now coming into the ring is your Class 12 Shropshire Weathers.
Boy, real nice class winner here, and kind of fits my wheelhouse there in terms of his look and his elevation there on the side view. Those are the kind I dig, and run uphill, just have an athletic, wild look to them, and we get behind them, and you know, they've got a lot of handle and a lot of shape to them. Really a square-made kind of a sheep there from behind. Good place there to start. Young man in second's got a real good touching sheep as well, and one that hits your hand with some power and certainly some turn there to his upper cage. And he's a sheep, I guess, as we study him on the side, he wants to just raise his tail head just a little there, but I think more importantly to me, maybe he's one that's just not opened up right through his pin bones there quite as aggressive as that class winner is. Class winner was just kind of unique in the way that he was pulled apart there through his hip and his pin bones from behind, but still a good presented, good touching one there in the 2-hole. Nice 3 sheep coming here next. That's ultra productive, big bodied, fed well, a sheep that may just not give us the warm and fuzzies in terms of his look here on the side. He's a little longer in his shoulder, a little deeper through his chest plate there. Maybe he wants to roll out of his hip there. We got to fix his angularity there to give us just a better silhouette on the side to get into that top pair of good ones. Good job.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 12 Shropshire Weathers. In first place, Sutton Polson of Fletcher FFA. Second place goes to Carson Freeze of Cash FFA. And third place goes to Allie Runyon of Indiahoma FFA. We now welcome back into the ring your winners of your Class 10 through Class 12 Shropshire Weathers. From Class 10, Hunter McElhaney of Elgin FFA. From Class 11, Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H. And from Class 12, Sutton Polson of Fletcher FFA. They will be showing for your breed champion Shropshire Weather, brought to you by Philip and Chelsea Stahl.
Well, a really good Shropshire breed here, and I tell you, every one of these class winners here handles just beast mode in terms of just shape and expression and power from behind. Those things have got some definition to them, and when we prop them up here on the sides, I think maybe some differences. I think in the three here, as we make your champion selection, the lightweight comes out, and that one I thought won that class pretty easily. Out here for his size, maybe we like to pull his plate back in him there just a little bit up front, give him just a little more of an elevated look there on the side. The second class winner comes in, and we talked about how much power and shape and bulk that thing has. Is he out there just in terms of his front end there, in terms of his lift up front through his front 1/3? I don't know if he is as much as the one that comes out here in Class 3. Class 3 comes in, and really an awfully good handling kind of a sheep there. A sheep that gets a little bigger in his frame size, and I'm okay with that as long as we have some productive look to him in terms of his cage and I think that one's opened up enough here in class. That's where I like to start right there out of Class 3. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Shropshire Weather, Sutton Polson of Fletcher FFA. Now stepping up into the running to show for your reserve breed champion, brought to you by Liberty National Bank, is Carson Freeze of Cash FFA.
Young man brings us an awfully good touching one there. We talked in class. I don't know if he's got just the extra bells and whistles out here in this drive to grab a piece of it, but I thought, man, that one handled awfully good, and I think you got to consider him out here. I think the one that suits me second best, again, we talk about unique pieces, and I raise these things. I like to make them a little different if I can than the next person. The different one out here comes in Class 2 here for your reserve champion.
Your reserve breed champion goes to Macklin Herbert of Lawton 4-H. Stepping up for sale order from Class 11, Peyton Nunley of Cash FFA. Stepping up from Class 10, Audrey Freeman with Landry Thomason on deck. Stepping up from Class 13, Allie Runyon. Stepping up from Class 11, Kinley Wallace. That'll complete your Class 11. Stepping up from Class 10, Landry Thomason. That'll complete your breed order for your Shropshires. We'll start momentarily with your Class 13, moving down to Class 17, Blackface Cross Weathers.
Good crossbred class winner here, single entry, long-bodied, extended, attractive one here in your lightweight class. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your exhibitor from your Class 17, Blackface Cross Weathers, Landry Thomason of Indiahoma FFA. We now bring into the ring your Class 18, Blackface Cross Weathers.
Well, as we're rolling to the crosses here, the blackface, I think an easy find for me here in this class. And I think we've got three really nice ones. It's just the one that I think wins, takes it to a different level here, just in terms of width at the ground and maintaining that width through his center body and up high. In terms of touch and tone, I think an awfully nice one here to lead off with. I like the sheep in second quite a bit. I just don't think maybe he's quite there yet. That one right there has got a big, nice round rib cage in him. He handles good there down his top line. I just don't think he's got maybe the maturity and just the overall mass and just engine in him as maybe that class winner does. And I think that's where he goes second. But I think one that's still better days are ahead of that guy for sure. And he's got the look and the muscle there to compete for sure. The sheep that comes here in three, like that one's just progression of width down his top line and through his pin set from behind. He's level down his top there. For me, maybe that's a sheep. I think he gets a little fuller there in his center body. He's not quite as firm and expressive up high in terms of his handle and tone there as those two sheep there right above him. Good trio of them. My compliments to those kids. Good job.
Congratulations to your exhibitors in your Class 18 Blackface Cross Weathers. In first place, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. In second place, Shelby Wiesner of Cash 4-H. And in third place, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. Now coming into the ring is your Class 19 Blackface Cross Weathers. Again, we'd like to invite everybody to the pancake breakfast donation only. That is Friday during the registration of the round robin showmanship. Again, everyone is invited to the donation only pancake breakfast at the registration of the round robin showmanship. All proceeds will go back to the Terry Hardzog Memorial Scholarship Fund. That is sponsored by Comanche County Farm Bureau Young Farmers and Ranchers.
Nice class here, and an interesting one to line up. I think there's little things about each one of these sheep here that we'd like to fix and change, and just depending on where your priorities are. For me, the one that we lead with there, that's just the one that's got the most shape. He's got the most expression to him. He's big through his pin bones there and up high. He's a sheep maybe fighting a little abscess there up front in his breastplate. Like to fix that, but I think he's got the most good things there working for him. I think here in this particular class, maybe a closer call here in 2 and 3. Young lady in second's done a nice job all day out here. She's brought a lot of good sheep to us, well presented ones. I think this one right here is awfully good on the side. Like most of them you brought in here, they have great looks to them. They've got great presence. They're good patterned and good built. Do they just have enough grab to them and enough shape? And I think that's where I like to just give him just a notch more, because he's got a great look to him. He's got big feature at the ground. I think maybe to get over that class winner, we just got to maybe freshen him up in his tone there just ever so slightly down his top line there to get over the class winner. But a good pair of them there in top. I think a third one here that rivals that pair there is one that's awfully good skinned and probably one that grabs with a little more touch and tone over his upper rib than that sheep that just leaves. For me, this one's a little piecier. His back legs want to get a little outside of his skeleton there. He wants to roll his hock out ever so slightly from behind. He's also a little deeper through his chest floor in relation to his center body and flank. Change that about him, and we can roll him to the top pretty quick because he's got some out there pieces to him. I just got to fix him structurally and that underline there to get him up any higher. Good presented one here in number 4. I think his sheep, again, profile's pretty nice there on the side. We're getting into one here, though, I think just got a classic case, so we got to get more to him right there through his pin set and his upper hip there to get into that top 3, because from there forward, I think he's built awfully nice. A nice sheep here in 5 as well, just heavy duty, big structure and big feature there at the ground. I think a sheep that gets a little softer, a little rounder in his muscle shape, and I think that can be said with the 6th place sheep here as well. Big rib, productive, a lot of volume of muscle there. We just maybe got to sculpt him just a little bit more through his upper hip and his hind leg right there. Just give him some more outward shape and bulk to get him up into that top 5. Good job.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 19 Blackface Cross Weathers. First place goes to Hunter McElhaney of Elgin FFA. Second place goes to Peyton Nunley of Cash FFA. In third place, Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. Taking fourth place, Carson Freese of Cash FFA. In fifth place, Emery Devers of Cash 4-H. And rounding off the class, taking sixth, Cammie Tate of Comanche County 4-H. Now coming into the ring is your Class 20 Blackface Cross Weathers.
I think an interesting class here to line up, and some close sorts, I think, in 1 through 4 with me. The one that wins, I think, does so because that one's just a notch fresher, I think, to the touch there down his back. I think he just reads a little square and more hydrated there over his edges and over his upper rib there. He's a big pinch kind of a sheep there. When we get right behind him, I guess the one there in 2 I like a little better on a 3/4 view, just in terms of his midrib and maybe the base of his chest right there. I think he's just more opened up, maybe got more spring right there through his forearm and his heart. I guess when we get right over the back of him, though, up the top 3, that's probably the one that's not maybe quite as fresh in terms of his touch and his tone there. His skin texture is maybe either sheep on either side of him. An awful lot of good pieces in that sheep there in 2 as well. The sheep that comes to us in 3, like I said, that's one that, I think maybe has an advantage over the second one there just in terms of freshness, squareness of rack. We get right behind that guy, and probably the widest part of his body's up front. I'd just like to maybe crack him open just a fraction more there from behind. We get right through his lower butt and his pin set there from behind. Good built, good made one for sure. And then the sheep that rounds out here in 5, I think a sheep that maybe, 30 days ago we see this guy, we like him a little better. I think he's probably a little pudgy for us out here in terms of his fat cover there. Big rib, big bodied, square made one. Got to peel a little bit of composition off of him, and when we do, I kind of ask myself, is he deep enough, or is he too deep through his chest, or is he elevated enough up front there? Fix those things, we could roll him into that top 3. Good job.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 20 Blackface Cross Weathers. In first place, Macy Nunley of Cache FFA. In second place, Adeline McPhail of Comanche County 4-H. In third place, Angel Pierce of Lawton FFA. And in fourth place, Caitlin Mole of Cache FFA. We now welcome back into the ring your winners of your Class 17 through Class 20 Blackface Cross Weathers to show for the Breed Champion Blackface Cross, sponsored by Hillary. From Class 17, Landry Thomason of Indiahoma FFA. From Class 18, LaRae Cox of Elgin FFA. From Class 19, Hunter McElhaney of Elgin FFA. And rounding off the breed drive, Macy Nunley from Class 20 of Cache FFA.
Well, as we study this front line here, I think an awfully good crossbred drive for sure. Those classes were deep, and I thought maybe some close calls and some that separated themselves all the way from lightweight to heavyweight here in this division. I guess when we get out here and start studying these sheep, I guess there's one that just hits me in the mouth in terms of base width and center body and shape. Still have an eye appeal, and I think in motion, that sheep, for as much power as he's got, he still stays together awfully well. He'll be Class 2 here. He'll be your champion.
Congratulations to your breed champion, Blackface Cross Weather, LaRae Cox of Elgin FFA. Now stepping up into the running for your reserve breed champion, Blackface Cross, sponsored by Latonka Animal Hospital, Shelby Wiesner of Cache 4-H.
Probably one of the harder decisions I've had to make through the day is here for your reserve crossbred. I think we've got 4 sheep here on the front line, and I think comfortably you could talk 3 of them probably and into reserve there. Just to kind of tell you what I'm thinking here, we got the lightweight that comes out, maybe just a little skinnier out here in terms of his contemporaries, but that one's a good lightweight sheep. He's level, he's attractive, he's balanced there. The second class, that one's just a great bodied kind of a sheep, but out here in this drive, I thought maybe he would probably rival that or get up there right there with that champion, just in terms of his shape, his body shape, and his chest floor elevation. But when we get him on a 3/4 out here, I question just how truly opened up he is and mature in his rib and his flank to flank width there on a 3/4 class 3. He's probably the handle sheep of the bunch. If you want to close your eyes and just grab a hold of him, just big and massive in his back shape and his butt shape there from behind. I wouldn't argue if you said maybe that one gets a little deeper up through his plate there and maybe rocked forward a little bit there in terms of his shoulder blade up front. And then the 4th class comes in, and that's the big, long, attractive sheep. He's the one on the side view you probably just gravitate towards because, he's got that look. And then we get behind him and we ask ourselves, okay, has he got just enough just center body through there? Is he good enough at the base of his shoulder and his chest floor? That's the questions I ask myself. I think that one probably is. Class 4 is going to follow with reserve.
Your reserve breed champion, Blackface Cross Weather, goes to Macy Nunley of Cash FFA. Stepping up to show for breed order, Adeline McPhail of Comanche County 4-H. Stepping up from Class 19, Peyton Nunley with Kaylee Tanner on deck. Stepping up from Class 18, Kennedy Phillips of Cash FFA. Stepping up from Class 19, Kaylee Tanner with Carson Freeze on deck. Stepping up from Class 20, Angel Pierce with Caitlin Mull on deck. Stepping up from Class 19 is Carson Freeze with Emery Devers on deck. Stepping up from Class 20, Caitlin Mull. That'll complete your Class 18. Stepping up from Class 19, Emery Devers with Cammie Tate on deck. That'll complete your Class 20. Stepping up from Class 19, Cammie Tate. That'll complete your breed order of your Blackface Cross Weathers. We now invite into the ring your Class 21 Whiteface Cross.
we work here into the white face crosses. Young lady in the green shirt's going to lead off here, and I think so very easily in my mind. Just a real muscular, stout-made, wide-built kind of a sheep here that just handles with the most shape, the most expression there. I think he's the firmest and the best in his composition there as well. The sheep that comes here in second, I like him just because he's level and attractive there in terms of his balance and his profile. He comes in and he stays together in motion. I think he goes second because he's of the three. He's probably the fattest one, I think, over his forerib there and over his heart, just pushing a little too much cover for maybe his size right now. I'd like to harden him up to get him up there into that top spot. Sheep comes here in third, probably has that advantage, and one that has some shape and some muscle. I thought pushed that second place sheep pretty hard, but I think this is the sheep that probably just gets a little coarser in his makeup in terms of his shoulder blade. Wants to roll out of his hip there just ever so slightly as well. Like to square him up there, drop him in his flank to get him up there in a 2-hole. Good job. Nice class to work through.
Congratulations to your exhibitors of your Class 21 Whiteface Cross Weathers. In first place, Serenity Pierce of Lawton 4-H. In second place, Lydia Pursuit of Cash FFA. And in third place, Genesis Streve of Indiahoma FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 22 Whiteface Cross Weathers.
Real nice pair of whiteface crosses here. Leave them lined up 1-2. Young lady in the green's got the one that's going to win. Just a heavy muscled, stout, dense kind of a sheep that handles with more shape and muscle expression there. We get right over the back of that one. The sheep in second's a good sheep. He's long, he's tall fronted, he's extended, really a late maturing kind of a deal. I just don't think maybe he grabs with as much power and authority as maybe that class winner there that leads us does, but a good presented one there in number 2. Good job.
Your winner of your Class 22 Whiteface Cross Weather goes to Adeline McPhail of Comanche County 4-H. Second place goes to Peter Graham of Cash FFA. We now welcome into the ring your Class 23 Whiteface Cross Weathers. This is a reminder to the sheep exhibitors that we will be doing showmanship at the completion of the Weather Grand Drive. Your Pee Wee division will be grades 8 and younger and must not have shown in the original show. Your junior division will be grades 3rd through 6th. Your intermediate division will be 7th through 9th. And your senior division will be grades 10th through 12th.
Interesting one to win this class here. Kind of a wild-looking dude. That one comes in, and I don't think there's any question that he needs to win this class. Nothing to take away from your second-place sheep. I just think this one's out there in terms of his build and his muscle, his body shape, and his expression down his top there. I think a nice sheep here to win this class. Young lady's got a nice big sheep here, and one that's got some look and some show ring presence to him. Maybe not enough gas in his tank when we get right here behind him through his upper hip and his pin bones for his size. We just got to open him up more there to run with that class winner. Good pair of them here in these white-faced cross sheep. Compliments to those kids. Good job.
Your winner of your Class 23 white-faced cross weather goes to Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Second place goes to Caitlin Mull of Cash FFA. We now welcome back into the ring your winners of your Class 21 through 23 white-faced cross weathers. From Class 21, Serenity Pierce of Lawton 4-H. From Class 22, Adeline McPhail of Comanche County 4-H. And from Class 23, Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. They will be showing for your breed champion white-faced cross weather, brought to you by Philip and Chelsea Stahl.
Well, we conclude with this division here, and we'll start bringing these things back. But what a good division here that we've wrapped up with, and 6 representatives in your first and second whole sheeps, respectively, out here. I think the champion lineup here in your front row, those 3 that are in contention for it, all resemble just good-made, good-built sheep that have some muscle and some look, like we talked all day. Those sheep that just kind of do things right. There's one out here for me. I think the light's just kind of shining on him. I think he wins this thing running away. Class 3 will be your champion. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to your breed champion white-faced cross weather. That goes to Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Stepping up into the running for your reserve breed champion white-faced cross, brought to you by Cash Ag Boosters, is Caitlin Mull of Cash FFA.
Still a nice lineup. We dropped that second in here. I think, though, there's one that, again, in class, I thought that one won pretty easily in that particular class. I think just a really square-made, level design kind of a sheep that's really athletic in his look. Class 2 is going to have your reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve breed champion white-faced cross weather goes to Adeline McPhail of Comanche County 4-H. Stepping up into the running for your breed order is Peter Graham of Cash FFA. Stepping up from your Class 21 is Lydia Pursuits with Genesis Streif on deck. That'll complete your Class 22. That'll complete your Class 23 and your white-faced cross breed drive. Give us just a couple minutes to get lined up for our Weather Grand Drive. Coming in with your AOB breed, Macy Nunley of Cash FFA. With your Hampshire Weather, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. With your natural, Kaylee Tanner of Cash FFA. With your breed champion, Shropshire, Sutton Polson of Fletcher FFA. With your breed champion, Blackface Cross, Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. And rounding off the Grand Drive, Madden Barmettler with your Whiteface Cross Weather from Comanche County 4-H. Your Grand Champion Weather is brought to you by Latonka Chiropractic and Vet Hospital. We'd like to thank our judge once again, Josh Koontz. Josh and his wife Courtney and son Grady are from Seymour, Texas. For 9 years, Josh worked for the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service as the county agent for agricultural natural resources and 4-H in Baylor County. Prior to becoming a county extension agent, Josh was a high school ag teacher and FFA advisor in Lafayette, Indiana and Throckmorton, Texas. What started as a 4-H project at the age of 13, Josh and his family also raised show lambs and has added show goats to his operation. Josh has judged multiple species in 24 states, including shows at the Oklahoma Youth Expo, the North American International Livestock Expo, Arizona National, and San Angelo. Thank you for your time today, Josh Koontz. We'd like to once again thank our photography sponsors for this week's show, Comanche County Farm Bureau. Because of their contribution, all ring shots and backdrop photos are free to each exhibitor. We encourage all of our exhibitors to take a backdrop photo, especially if you're going to be in the sale this Friday. Thank you once again to Comanche County Farm Bureau.
What an outstanding set of kids and an outstanding set of sheep we've got here. Let's do the favor and give these kids a big old round of applause. It's been an awfully long day, and boy, the sheep are getting tired. The kids are too, and I'll be honest, I am too. This is one heck of a lineup here, and I've had the pleasure of judging a lot of shows across the country at all levels, and this week and the past week it seems like Oklahoma's had me on speed dial at these county shows, and so been hopping around from one to the other. I'll tell you, I usually don't fist bump the kids. I usually shake their hands, but when you're in the presence of about 1,000 of your best friends over the past 2 weeks, I just assume just fist bump. I've been fighting the bug, and I know it's been going around, and I just don't want to be the super spreader that everybody talks about here in the next 2 weeks. So anyway, without further ado, the lineup is just outstanding here, and I got to the champion lineup, and actually probably before the last breed came in, I kind of was playing it out in my head as we went through those classes, and I kind of had a game plan here when I got to the champion lineup, and then this guy comes in the last breed here and really throws a wrench in my plans, because now I think we're probably 4 or 5 deep here in this champion row that are awfully good guys, and I know in a few weeks here some of these kids are going to hit the ring up in the city and do some special things, and I wish you the best of luck. Some of you are going to be done after today, and I wish you luck on down the road as well. I'll tell you, like I said, there's 4 or 5 of them out here that suit me, and we can break them down and talk about the little things here all night long, but I'm not going to do that for you. I just want you to give them one more round of applause. I think there is one that just hits me in the mouth, and I come back to them, and I'm just a gut guy, and when I get a first instinct, you better roll with it. That white-faced cross is a bad jammer. Congratulations.
Your grand champion, Weather Lamb, sponsored by Latonka Chiropractic and Vet Hospital, goes to Madden Barmettler of Comanche County 4-H. Stepping up into the running for your reserve grand champion, Weather, sponsored by Liberty National Bank, is Adeline McPhail of Comanche County 4-H.
Front line's still awfully good, guys, and like I said, 4 or 5 deep. We're still 4 or 5 deep. The one that I think follows suit and just out there pieces, unique, high quality, just a rigid back in terms of shape and expression of muscle, and in motion, I think this is one that just stays together, maybe a nickel better at the ground. Champion cross right here, young ladies, got to be reserved.
Your reserve grand champion, Weather, goes to Lorraine Cox of Elgin FFA. Stepping up into the order for sale order is Macy Nunley, with Hunter McElhaney on deck. Correction, that completes your sale order. In our day for the Sheep and Goat Show. Your premium sale buyer's reception will start at 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon, with the sales kicking off at 5. We'll go ahead and get lined up for your Pee Wee showmanship, ages 8 and below, and you must not have shown in the show today.
Let's give these kiddos a big hand, would you please? They always fun to see the young kids come in here. I've got a 3-year-old myself, and I tell you, he'd probably be out here making snow angels in these shavings right now. So y'all have done a good job with these kids, raising them. They're behaved over here. All of them are really well spoken. I talked to them a little bit, and they had a lot to say, to be honest. And that's the beauty about young kids like that, is they'll tell you whatever's on their mind, I promise you, or what they've heard. Really a good set of them here. We've got to pick one, I think, here to get a buckle, and I think there's one that gets out here and braces those sheep up, gets those feet and legs where they need to be, and that young lady there in the pink's going to be that one. Congratulations to her. Those other two are going to get ribbons as well. Congratulations to all 3 of them. Good job.
Congratulations to your Pee Wee Showmanship champion. That goes to Remy Barmettler. We'll now get lined up for your Junior Showmanship division, sponsored by Wiesner Contracting. That is grades 3rd through 6th.
Well, not only a big group, but I think a big group of good showmen we've got out here in this junior division. And kind of what I did is I may have split this into two groups here. We've got a group right here of 5. I think that, if I could change some things, I'd change maybe your body position up in front of those animals or change your hand position up around the ears and just be more comfortable. These exhibitors here I thought were maybe a little more comfortable and maybe just a little bit more appropriate in their body position up front. Leaning up against those animals, keeping those hands kind of where they need to be. I think there's probably 2 of them out here that are maybe just a little smoother for me and always have a good handle on those sheep. The young person that's going to be your champion, I just maybe like his leg position and his body just a little bit more. Going to be the young man at the front of the line here. Congratulations to him. And we're going to go right here for your reserve. Congratulations to her. Good job.
Congratulations to your champion, junior showman Maverick Barmettler. Your alternate will be Colby Wallace. We'll go ahead and get lined up with your intermediate showmanship with grades 7th through 9th.
Another great group of them right here, and I think there's close calls we've got to make, and I like having showmanship at the end like this where we get a chance to see the kids through the day there at least once come in the ring, and kind of gives you an idea maybe what you'll see there at the end. And I'll tell you, some of the kids kind of wear down sometimes, the sheep wear down, and so it's a team activity out here, and all these teammates, these exhibitors are doing a great job. These sheep are staying together, they're staying into them there and cooperating. I commented earlier about such a great show because the kids are such good showmen and they've worked with these projects and these animals, and that just makes a show flow and just keep going and keep rolling. And I know it's been a long day, but folks, we haven't taken a lot of time in these classes. We've moved right through them, and it's because these kids get to business and get things set up. I think showmanship is very close out here. For me, there's two exhibitors that are maybe just a little bit better in terms of keeping that nose down and keeping that muzzle forward and just knowing where I'm at and anticipating their next move. And they're going to be the two young ladies up there at the front end right there. Very, very small differences in the two young ladies there. I think one of them for me, though, again, like I talked about, just anticipating my motions, knowing the movement of those sheep, and just being on top of things maybe a little quicker than the other. Young lady in the yellow will be your champion. Running in front will be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to your intermediate showmanship champion, Kennedy Phillips. Your alternate will be Kinley Wallace. We'll go ahead and get lined up for your senior showmanship division, grades 10th through 12th. We like to thank our sponsors for our showmanship. For your Pee Wee showmanship is Showman's Choice. For your junior showmanship, Wiesner's Contracting. For your intermediate showmanship, that's sponsored by Hillary. And your senior showmanship division is sponsored by Country Lace Boutique.
Well, before we go out and select your champion and reserve in this division, let's give all the sheep kids a big round of applause for those of you that are still with us. It's been a great show and a great time up here. Privileged to be asked to come do it. I think we need to give another round of applause for the volunteers and the people that help put this deal together. I try to say it at every county stock show I go to, and I'm part of our local one there in our county, and I'll tell you, by the end of the week, you don't have a butt left. I can promise you that, because emotions are high, tempers are high, and there's a lot of people on very limited sleep and a lot of caffeine, and so those volunteers make the wheels turn. I promise you that, and if it wasn't for them, we couldn't do what we like to do out here. So when you get a chance, pat them on the back, give them a high five, and slip an extra $5 in the offering plate on Sunday for them, because they sure need it. I can promise you that. Appreciate the opportunity to come out here. This is a tough call right here. I'll tell you that. There's a lot of legit kids in this ring right here that have probably put on a ton of miles showing these things and work endless hours at night, and I've got 10 minutes with them out here to tell you who are the two best showmen. Talk about an unfair advantage, but that's part of the gig. I promise you. That's it's tough, guys, and probably a few of the better showmen I think are out here have sheep that are probably dancing. They're getting tired. They've been out here 3 or 4 or 5 times through sale orders and champion drives and this and that, and other sheep have been out here maybe 1 time too. So it is a team sport, and probably my champion in reserve out here in this drive. They showed probably better, I guess, in class than maybe what they did out here, but they still do things awfully good. And I keep coming back to the same 2 in my mind that I've seen show today and do those good things that I like. Young lady in the pink right here is going to be your champion in this division. Thought she did a heck of a job through the day. This young lady right here in the stripes is going to be your reserve. Congratulations. It's been a pleasure. Good job, kids.
Congratulations to your champion, senior showmanship winner, Peyton Nunley. Lorraine Cox will be your alternate. That completes our sheep and goat festivities for the day. Again, we will have our buyer's reception on Friday at 4, and our premium sale will kick off at 5 o'clock. Thank you.